So, hello everyone and welcome. I'm really happy and pleased to welcome you to the first conference, What Do We Believe in? Of Face-to-Faith project. So we are really happy because this is the first public appointment and the first opportunity to bring our project to an audience and to talk about our project and our team, Faith, together. I am Caterina Gambetta of Teatro dei Venti, and I will accompany you throughout all the day. So I'm talking about the first conference because obviously there will be others. Face-to-Faith project started at the end of 2020 and will end in 2023. During the project, our team, the team of Faith, will accompany all organizations in artistic research that will result in the presentation of 7 different performances. In parallel to this artistic research, we will have some appointments like this with conferences, and these conferences will give us the opportunity to go in deep in this so huge and wide theme that is the faith that will accompany us. So this is our first opportunity to open these spaces of reflection and discussion together with the audience and the community. So we have a day full, or we will have a day full of reflection, idea, impulses, so we can start. First of all, I want to introduce to you all the speakers of the day. All the people within this day will give different impulses, point of view for our artistic research that has to start. So first of all, let's start with the project partners. From Poland, we have Joanna Wichowska and Paweł Sztarbowski from Teatr Powszechny. Hi Paweł and hi Joanna.
Hi, good morning.
Then we have Stefano Tè from Teatro dei Venti, Italy. And then from Czech Republic, we are pleased to have here with us Michal Lang of Divadlo pod Palmovkou.
Hi, everybody.
And then we have Felix, Dornseifer and Andrè Erlen of SommerblutKulturfestival e.V. Hi, Felix. Hi, Andrè.
Hey.
Then we are pleased also to have Chen of Gesher Teatr from Tel Aviv, Israel. And then following, we have Bozhena Pelenska of Jam Factory Art Center.
Good morning.
Ukraine. Good morning, Bozhena.
Hi.
Then we have Elisa, Itkonen and Johanna Tuukkanen, Anti-Contemporary Art Festival from Kuopio, Finland. Hi, Elisa, and hi, Johanna.
Hello. Hello.
And these are the partner of the project. Then we have also inside our room that will accompany us for the first part of this conference, Renzo Francabandera, a journalist, critic and curator of the event. Ciao, Renzo.
Hi, everybody, and very pleased to be with you all.
Then we are really happy to have a special guest, Rabbi Mira Raz from Israel, Tel Aviv. She is the former rabbi of the Ruth Daniel Residence Congregation of Jaffa, one of the 3 Reformed congregations in Tel Aviv. We are really happy that she is here with us because she also took part in our field research that we will see together this morning. And we will have also space for knowing her also later. So hello, Rabbi Mira Raz.
Thank you very much. Hello from Israel, and very happy to be with you. Very happy.
Okay, so I immediately leave floor to the leader partners of the project, our colleague from SommerblutKulturfestival, and that in a few words will explain us a little bit the background of this project. So please, Felix or Andrè or Sommerblut.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Caterina. Thank you very much for introducing all of us and bringing us together. Yes, I'm speaking here from Cologne in Germany, which maybe is the religious capital of Germany, since we have a huge variety of different religious and spiritual groups organized here. and of course a lot of atheists. So the topic of faith was very simple to choose. Faith, well, is something that connects all of us. It's a really universal phenomenon. You find culture of faith around the world among all people. It connects us to the universe. It brings us together. It's inclusive. It creates order and sense. On the other hand, also, of course, faith can exclude. Faith can create borders and boundaries between people. I just remembered a tiny story of my family when my grandfather had to leave the Catholic Church. He had to, sorry, I give you also my nice pictures. When he had to leave the Catholic Church because the priest one day found out that his wife, my grandmother, was actually a Protestant Christian. So that is a small story on that. But generally, faith is guiding us through our life. It's not connected just to religion and spirituality, but you find faith, of course, connected to individual traditional values, to political ideas, to ideology. So we thought it is very important to understand more about faith so we can understand more about our societies and what is going on in our world. And when we started to think of face to face, like nearly 6 years ago, it's a long time ago, we felt that our world shook and shuddered, the world around us. And a lot of events you remember and you know well of were nearly frightening. Like in 2014, you remember thousands of people were running away, trying to run away from their countries to find protection and to find help inside the European Union. And the European Union didn't and still does not really embrace these people. And the European Union actually is the one to embrace also values of universal human rights. So that is a very hypocrite moment, I think, for the whole union. And in the same time, also, more and more right-wing parties were getting stronger and stronger. They are conquering the parliaments. They are joining governments in the European countries. And beside that, also a right-wing Protestant movement is getting stronger and stronger. For example, in Germany, we have to face a movement like Pegida. They also started to mobilize a lot of people on the streets the last years. And literally translated, Pegida means patriotic Europeans against the Islamization of the Occident. They are racist, they are Islamophobic, they are not willing to debate. You can't debate, they just show their anger and they just create more and more borders. The debates are influenced by them, so the debate themes are moving more and more to the right. Yes, and then also we see in a lot of countries more and more organized religion increases its influence on politics. And last but not least, not only the Brexit or Donald Trump has shown us and reinforced actually the tendency to see the nation state as the solution for most of the problem, instead of enforcing or expanding international collaboration to really face and solve the problems we are facing now. So, as I said, when we started to think about the topic of faith, everything around us suddenly started to tremble. Our faith in social and political progress somehow stuck or was shaken, but not really destroyed. And I like to refer here to my colleague Roy Chen. You will also hear today from Israel. He was just introduced. I remember he said in our kickoff meeting in November, when we talked and exchanged about religion and faith, he said, okay, for him, like religion is the idea maybe of one narration, of one system including a lot of elements. And the theater we are practicing in and we are believing in, that's why we came together here. The theater is the idea of representing many narrations at a time in one space. Let them be in a dialogue, debate, and confrontate them. So coming back to our face-to-face, I just said about how we came there, but now we want to, in a few steps, first of all, we want to exchange with the community. That's why I'm very happy we have this dialogue formats today. We want to exchange with our audience about all the elements of faith, the light and the dark side, the side that gives us strength and ideas, and the side that's frightening us and separating us. And then we believe in international collaborations. That's why we started this project with a very diverse group of partners, festivals, theater venues, which have different topics, different aesthetic styles, and totally different organizations. So we find it worthy to work in this team together. And of course, in the end, we like to inspire artists to experiment, to research, also to research in between our community, to create groundbreaking new performance arts, but also in the end to see the performing arts as a social and political tool for a change, like to see art, to become artists as entrepreneurs of the future. And how we try to do all this is not my job now to tell you, but I'm very happy to introduce to you Felix, my colleague, which is sitting just at the other side of the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrè.
Thank you, Andrè. If you would deactivate the microphone, thank you. Yeah, Andrè really well described how we felt quite a few years ago, and probably not just us, but many of us being here with us in the room. And I will now tell you a little bit about the structure. So as Andrè mentioned already, it is a cooperation of 7 institutions from 7 different countries: Finland, Poland, the Ukraine, the Czech Republic, Israel, Italy, and Germany. And the idea is to develop 7 theater productions in 7 different countries on the wide topic of faith. And how are we doing this? We first started with a kickoff meeting, which was originally planned to take place in Modena last year. Due to Corona, we had to hold it via Zoom. And we used this kickoff meeting to develop an open call. And this open call has been drafted in a commonly process between all partners and is now spread around Europe, but also internationally. And the idea is to find artists who would like to produce their concept, their idea in one of these 7 countries. And you have still time, if you are an artist, to apply. The deadline is the 7th of March, so 6 days still left. As soon as all applications have arrived on our table, the 7 partners will pre-select 2 to 3 applications and will bring them to a curatorial meeting, which is happening in Lviv, Lemberg, if COVID-19 allows us. Let's cross the fingers, the thumbs. And we will there commonly discuss all pre-selected proposals to then decide which 7 productions will be produced. And then all partners travel back to their home countries and will invite their artists to come to their organization, to their country, and produce a production. And this production is strongly focused on a very inclusive approach. So We try to involve communities. We will involve communities, local communities. And all productions are focusing strongly on an equality and diverse approach. Part of it is a strong transnational knowledge transfer and also an intercultural exchange, of course. So you have artists traveling from one country, going to another organization to produce their idea and their concept. As soon as this is over, we will have the premieres happening at the respective countries, at the respective organizations. And these performances will afterwards travel at least once to another country for a guest play. So 7 premieres and 7 guest plays in the end. And besides that, we will have a conference which is called What Do We Believe In? And Caterina was already so nice to introduce it shortly. So this conference is a traveling conference which is moving between cities in Europe, but maybe even internationally, and will also keep going when the project face-to-face is over. And the idea is to get into a dialogue with local communities, local artists, to also receive material to do theater on, to get inspired as an artist developing cultural projects. Yeah, and here you see again, face-to-face can be understood as a kind of table where 7 institutions come together with the communities of the local cities, the performing artists who will produce the performances, and also the input they receive from the conference of What to Believe In. Thank you very much, and I will give back to Caterina.
Thank you, Felix. Thank you very much. So, as Andrè and Felix said, we are 7 different realities, 7 different organizations that share the same project. So now I will briefly, 3 minutes for partners, leave some time to just introduce our organization. So all the people in the room will have the chance to understand in which kind of background we are when we work. So I will start and I will briefly introduce Teatro dei Venti. Teatro dei Venti is a company founded in 2005 and based in Modena, Italy. Our roots are in the work of masters like Grotowski and Artaud. Our company works in 4 different fields. The first field is that one of the artistic research and production of shows. And our focus has shifted to theater for open spaces. So we moved to the square and not in the theater room. We took the street art technique and like stills, live music and large and very big machines and transported them to a theatrical dimension. So we made street and theater together. Our last production, Moby Dick, debuted in 2019 and it has already hit the streets of several European countries, and we hope that soon it will be possible to keep on our traveling. And the second field is that of the training. So our training center is active all the year and ranges from courses from children and to advanced training events. And the third field is that one of the social theater. So since our birth, the vocation for social theater has led us to work and to go in many different areas. So we worked with migrants, asylum seekers, orphans, people with psychiatric problems inside prisons. And prison is our main activity in social theater. So we have been present in prison for 15 years with a permanent artistic garrison. And our activity in prison has grown over the years, starting from a small cycle of meetings, like 10 meetings in a year. We come present inside the prison for 5 days a week. So it has become so central that now our non-street part, our non-street theatrical production is the one with the actor inmates. So this year we will debut with 2 different shows. One is Father and Sons, which we have been working for 3 years. and Odyssea, is a 4-hour traveling show where the public on a bus will enter inside prisons and will cross the city like Ulysses did. And then there's the fourth field, that is the one of festival, of course, and that's the reason why we are participating together with all the other realities inside the project. So Trasparenza Festival is our festival, and this year we'll see its 9th edition. And the festival was born in 2012 as a showcase of contemporary theater, and immediately we started to inhabit physical space around our headquarters in Modena. So each edition of the festival changed, of course, but also at constant. So above all, the only thing that never changed, it was the involvement of the territory and the community that surrounds our company. So for years in the festival, we invited artists to make workshop and training together with all the groups that make our community. So we worked from the parish that is next to us, to the school that is in front of us, or the prison, of course, and the retirement or for elderly and etc. So Trasparenza Festival has grown over years with our company. And since last year, the festival has doubled and sees events in Modena and in Gombola. Gombola is a very small village in Modena Apennines, where for more than a year now, we have created a center for international residencies. And Gombola is an uninhabited village, and we are creating over there a new community. We have our community in Modena, and we are creating a new one in the mountains. And with this new community, we are creating together with them a collective show based on the Passion of Jesus Christ, and with the community of the valley. So hundreds of people will open with us the festival. Okay, just some words for Teatro dei Venti. Now I leave room to Paweł from our Polish partners. So Paweł, please introduce yourself and your organization.
Hi everybody, good morning. I'm the representative of Teatr Powszechny in Warsaw. There is also Joanna Wichowska here, the curator of Polish part of the Face-to-Face project. And we are very, very happy to be here with all of you. So first of all, who we are. Our claim in Teatr Powszechny is the sentence from the quotation from our patron Zygmunt Hibner, the theater that gets in the way. And this is what we try to do, to enhance the idea of contemporary political and social engaged theater, and we understand our repertoire as not as the collection of the titles, but rather as the collection of the ideas. So not literature, not drama is the point of start for our work usually, but rather some kind of common researches and experiments, improvisations on the social topics, etc. So we do believe that theater can be real exercise of democracy and some kind of microscopic model of the world, especially the social world. Theater is able to show what the community is. So the most crucial idea for us, our notion is performing diversity. This is very important for us. We collaborate with many local communities, but very strict, very permanent collaboration is with Strefa Wolnosłowa Foundation. This is the foundation working with migrants and refugees in Warsaw, and they have a workshop space in our theater, and many parts and activities in our program we try to invent together. And we've just finished a big European project, Atlas of Transitions, about migrants and refugees and their collaboration with cultural institutions. And why the topic of faith is so important and interesting for us. We've been dealing with this problem for some years, but one of the most pivotal performances was The Curse, directed by Oliver Fröhlich. And it was the play. Joanna Wichowska was one of the dramaturgs in this play, so probably she will mention about this experience later. I hope so. But the main topic of this play was the power of Catholic Church in Poland and pedophilia in the church. So. Some kind of taboo topic in Poland, and after the premiere, our theater became a target of huge attacks from far-right extremists and conservative Catholic groups. For many months, employees of the theater, including mostly the actors, received threats and fall victims to hate speech. And during the performance, the building of the theater was often blocked by prayer groups and aggressive members of nationalist organizations with fascist leaning. And with support of ruling far-right-wing party politicians. So this connection between Catholic Church and ruling party in Poland is now our everyday life experience, and it's prevailing. So for us in Teatr Powszechny, our main idea is making conflicts visible. This is the aim of theater, of art for us, and in our opinion, this is the pivotal issue for political theater. And it's some crucial thing for us, and we try to understand the theater, our repertory theater, as some kind of tool for utopia, for social change, for imagining the future society. So it's some kind of social tool which is always between visions, utopias, and hard reality. So this connection is the most interesting for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paweł. Thank you very much. So I directly leave room for Michal Lang.
Hello everybody. Thank you. My name is Michal Lang. We are happy that we can take part of this project. Thank you very much. I am Chief and Artistic Director Pod Palmovkou Theatre in Prague. This theatre is established by the city of Prague, and we are a repertory theatre with a resident ensemble. Pod Palmovkou Theatre existing for more than 70 years. Now we have 73rd season. We are staging both classical and contemporary plays. We are also working on cooperation with foreign theaters and artists from abroad. We cooperate with Hungary director Vilmos Vajdai, but it's a very pity, but this production was cancelled due to COVID-19 last spring. We have two productions directed by Polish director Jan Klata, Faust and Measure for Measure. Very successful performance. We have been invited to many international festivals with this production. And we also, regarding other things, we are organizing international theater Palmovkou festival that focused on production of Central Europe theater, but not only. We have two stages, grand stage with the capacity of approximately 280 seats. We are staging their dramatization of highly acclaimed pieces, powerful stories about pressing issues of our time, as well as classical drama and adaptations of world-class literature. We are staging also pieces by authors of the younger generation. We have a young writer, playwright in our ensemble. He's Tomáš Dianiška, he's actor and he's playwright too, and he's very successful. Small stage studio called Studio Palmovkou with a capacity of 80 seats is focusing chiefly on contemporary works, targeting primarily younger and middle-aged generations and experimental theater. The activities of our theater were awarded in a number of categories. We received the highest awards for male and female acting and productions, and in 2019 we were awarded the Theatre of the Year 2018 by the Association of Czech Republic, by the Association of Czech Theatre Critics, and the performance Measure for Measure, directing by Jan Klata, won category Theatre Production Year 2018. So I think it's everything. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Michal. Okay, let's leave room for our next partner. And so I'm pleased to, I don't know, Felix, if you want to introduce a little bit SommerblutKulturfestival. We already heard your voice, but we want to hear it again.
Yeah, I'm happy introducing you to our festival. I will take you on a little journey, or I try to explain you about our organization. So first of all, I will take you to Robodonian, which you see in the background. It's a typical space where our performances are happening every year. We exist since almost 20 years. And since 20 years, we are trying to anticipate the development of our society. Every year, we having around 35 productions in Cologne, happening in May, and around 3 to 5 in-house productions. We are always saying that we try to bring the edge of the society to the center and the center of the society to the edge. With all productions, we try to change the perspective of seeing things, to change the perspective of performing art. And the idea is that we always try to strongly include human beings, people, no matter, regardless which origin, which gender, which sexuality. In the background, you see, for example, Bock Lement, which was a performance in a social disadvantaged area, where we ask people performing from the balconies above to an audience standing in front of this building to put awareness in the public onto this area to change something, also politically. And then I will take you to the underground of Cologne, which is an area where many people suffering from drug addictions stay. And there was a small conflict appearing between local residents living in this area and people suffering from drug addictions. So what did we do? We asked them both to come with us on a stage. This worked more or less successfully. However, we were able to create a small dialogue between social workers, the health system, people suffering from drug addictions, to discuss on stage the question of how it's possible to live together in one tiny space. And these two examples are just stand for typical work that SommerblutKulturfestival does, and is our inner motivation to change something in our society by using the art and theater. And now there will be just a few pictures which I will leave you with that stand for themselves. A performance in prison together with prisoners. A performance, wait, I will go out from the picture, this side, here we go, with a dancer in a wheelchair. Ibrahim Kaivo, a musician who had to leave Syria, and we invited him on a stage. Jan Ciubik, an amazing actor performing on a site-specific area. The Cologne Cathedral, where we did a huge demonstration with participants. And just a nice picture saying that all human beings are equal. Thank you very much, and I wish you a wonderful day with further presentations.
Thank you very much, Felix. So, Bozhena, it's your turn.
Good morning. My name is Bozhena Pelenska, as it was already mentioned. I'm speaking to you from Lviv, which is Ukraine. I represent here the Jam Factory Art Center. Today, I'm not the only one who represents our center. Here are actually three other of my colleagues, Luba Ilnitska, Bogdan Hrytsuk, and Maria Schweitz, who are participating now in our conference, and they are part of our wonderful team. It's a pleasure to introduce the Jam Factory. I purposely changed my background, and maybe you can see the building, which is renovated, but still it's the face and a picture. And actually, the Jam Factory Art Center will be opened next year in 2022 in full scale. We started to become active as an organization in 2017. We started our activities based on the different art approaches. We work with three spheres, which is theater, visual art, and music. Well, in the meanwhile, before opening of the art center, we focused our activities on the different educational or small scale. As well, for us, it's very important where we live and what we do. We try to find important topics for our society, to work with them and to ponder on them, as well to reflect on them. We are part of this other 6 partners in the project Face to Face. As for us, what we believe in and what's happening in our society is very important. And for us, it's very, we want to reflect what's happening here and to see where are we moving and what we believe here. So I will be speaking in the afternoon more of the ideas or understanding or some non-academic reflections on the face, and the face which is reflected in us and the society we live in. But now I would like just to wish everyone a nice conference, and hopefully we will have a better understanding at the end of what actually we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bozhena. So briefly, we still miss two partners. So I leave room directly to Chen from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Thank you very much. Hi, you all. Happy to see you. I'm sorry for not being able to be the whole time because I'm running around the theater. I'm in my theater right now. I'm a writer and a playwright, and I represent here Gesher Theater. Gesher Theater was founded by the artistic director Evgeny Arye and a group of Jewish immigrants from Russia that came to Israel 30 years ago. The story of Gesher is like a Cinderella story. It's in 3 decades, it became one of the most important repertory theater in Israel. I think that only thanks to the gaze of the immigrants, we, the locals, were able to see ourselves in a new light. I came to the theater when I was in school with my school. I came to a show and I got this artistic oxygen that I really needed. And then I joined the theater as a Hebrew teacher for the Russian actors, the immigrants. And then I became a translator, a playwright, then the head of the drama department. The power of the theater is not only based on the people who founded it, but on this meeting. It offers a meeting between the insight that people from abroad has on Israel. The theater is located in Jaffa, on the border between Tel Aviv and Jaffa, as a matter of fact, between the city, the ancient city of Jaffa, which is 4,000 years old, and Tel Aviv, which is just a little bit more than 100 years old, with the representative of the 3 religions, synagogues, mosques, churches, and a lot of great restaurants. We're happy to be a part of this face-to-face project of the European Union. And I personally can't wait to meet artists from all over the world and discuss together the various aspects of this intriguing word, faith. I'll be talking about the prophets in the Bible, about the prophecy as an artistic point of view, and about artists as prophets. So thank you and have a wonderful day, you all.
Thank you very much, Roy, and see you later. And so now I leave room to Elisa Itkonen for Anti-Festival. Hi, Elisa.
Hello. So my name is Elisa Itkonen. I'm the festival manager here at Anti-Contemporary Art Festival in Kuopio, Finland. Kuopio is located in the eastern Finland. And Anti is an international arts festival concentrating on site-specific and multidisciplinary arts, live art, and performance. The first festival took place in 2002, which means that this year we celebrate the 20th Anti-Festival. The annual festival normally takes place in September. And the festival program is presented mostly in public spaces of Kuopio. We occupy squares, streets, parks, libraries, and so on. And the audiences often become active members or active participants or even co-creators of the artworks. Anti is a part of several national and international networks and collaboration projects. We run a year-round program of artist residencies, labs, and local social projects targeted for certain groups such as youth and immigrants. And through our activities, including the festival, we aim to really support artists' work and to promote equality, diversity, anti-racism in our community. In addition, we award the world's only prize for live art. We've awarded the prize since 2014. And the Anti-Festival International Prize for Live Art is worth 30,000 euros. It's an annual cultural prize. We believe that everybody has right to access and experience arts. Accessibility is in the very core of our concept. The festival and the supporting events are free to attend for audiences. And our program is located in everyday spaces of the local people. We have a rather long history with Creative Europe projects. We've been partnering several Creative Europe projects during the past 15 years or so. So it's a pleasure to work with this rather new Face to Faith consortium, and looking forward to all the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you very much. So now we can, I want to thank everybody, all the colleagues that spoke. And I sent you yesterday the program and also this morning. I would just like to take some minutes to go through it with you before starting. But first of all, I think that it's very important to say that this day is a very nice gift that we all give to ourselves. We have this theme, faith, that is incredibly huge, important topic. And we are here, so many professional and non-professional people, and that in this open space can have time for reflection. And I think this is very, very important. So this is a starting point for our artistic research that we want to start for this project, that we will start, and we have already started for this project. So in this day, we don't want to find answer actually, but as Felix was saying before, we want to find questions, points, affirmation, negation. We want to feed our artistic research. So if we finish this day with a lot of questions, we will be really, really, really happy. So let's open up listening and questioning. So this morning we decided to leave a space to listen to the community around us. Renzo Francabandera, that will speak just after me, will explain how the idea was born and which artistic research led us to structure the morning like this. In practice, in this morning we will see two videos together. This video collect part of the interviews that we have carried out in recent times. Each partner of the project explored the community around in their country, in their city. And the little task that we had was to find a voice that could tell us something that we didn't know. So we will therefore see together a first video, and then with a little break, with a little comment of Renzo Francabandera, and then we will continue with the second part of the video with the interviews. And as I was saying, Renzo Francabandera will accompany us in this research. Then during the lunch break, we will remain in some way together, virtually connected, even if distant, but I will explain it later. And then in the afternoon, we will give some space to the voices of for our artistic director, as anticipated. And then to your voices, the voice of participants. So the afternoon will be structured in a little bit more interactive way. We will listen, if in the morning we listen all the voices, in the afternoon we try to question ourselves. So there will be a first part of interactive surveys. I will explain you better later. And then we will leave floor for the impulses of our artistic director. And then we will come to the formation of these small breakout rooms to discuss together. Then you will have a little task to complete. And then we will share this task all together. So all the material of this day, all the material of the impulses, of the interview and etc. will be collected and published in the next days on the page of the website, and will remain available not only for us, but also for the artists that we will select, for the community, and for all those people who want to take this point as a starting point for artistic research. So it's a pleasure, with the pleasure that I introduce Renzo Francabandera. Renzo is a journalist, art and theater critic, professor of aesthetic of the movement at the University of Turin, a PhD in institutional economics and at the University of Bologna, and master in digital literature at the University of Barcelona. Illustrator, live performer, Francabandera has followed several national and European cultural projects about languages of contemporaneity and performative art. Renzo, hello Renzo. We had a big question at the beginning of this work, that is the title of the day, that is, what do we believe in? So I leave some room for you before the interview, and if you can tell us how the idea of conducting this interview was born and which necessity prompted us to do it.
First of all, thank you very much, either to Teatro dei Venti, either to all the other partners who had faith in me, in my attempt to support this, which is a big European project about the fact that faith is, remains, and probably will be also in the future one of the main structures about human society. When I was called by Teatro dei Venti in order to give my support to this project, we start discussing about the best possibilities to help people, help research, help artists in this deepening the matter of faith. Either because faith and reason are usually considered as two split and different things, which not usually come to a melt, but also because faith remains in our society one of the most significant originator either of human aggregation, either of distances between humans, and not only under a religious point of view, which is of course one of the main ideas we have when we say the word faith. Faith means a belief which comes from a sort of revelation. But on the other side, faith involves also a lot of other things which do not have necessary to do with the idea of a God, but also with the actual practice of our everyday life. Also, non-believers have their own beliefs, such as the moral beliefs we have, which we are ready to fight for, to defend in our society, and which in many cases are deep into us as strongly as a belief in God. So when we started thinking about this with the Teatro dei Venti, we realized that the very complex attitude we can have as artists and let's say performers about faith was to try a logical approach to faith. First of all, asking to people very distant from our faith, possibly very distant, but also present in our society, what was their idea of faith. This is because also the world we live in, and we will talk about it also in the interviews we and our partner collected, is becoming more and more an echo chamber, our social community, our social media community is more and more made of people which think the same things we believe in. So we built sort of small churches made of people who share our same faith, our same idea and view on the society. The necessity of breaking these walls, either in the social media, either in the life, ordinary life, implies that we start talking also to people out of our room, out of our church, out of our walls, and starting to discuss with them with an open attitude. This is why we asked and shared the conviction that a good point of view for this artistic analysis would have been to make interviews to people who have experience in faith, but in many cases have a different faith, a very different attitude with respect to our. And we asked our partners and to ourselves to meet these people, understand what their idea of faith was, what was their idea of relation between faith and society. And this is what we will deepen in these two sections, in which we collected some of the interviews that our partner made. So we will have two small videos. The first, which is about 30 minutes long, and the second one 20 minutes. So I don't take much more time for me, and I will give you some couple of small further deepening about this matter after the two videos.
Thank you very much, Renzo. Thank you. So we can start with the first video, and there will be 4 different interviews in this video. And I remind you to take your microphone off and to enjoy the video, and we will see at the end of it.
Мене звуть Дмитро Різниченко. Наразі я працюю психотерапевтом, психоаналітиком. В минулому я був журналістом, згодом праворадикальним активістом неонацистських угрупувань. Під час революції у одній з таких націоналістичних сотень брав участь. Після того пішов добровольцем на війну і боронив цілісність територіальну України на Донбасі проти російських військ та їх проксі. Знаєте, раніше я був певний, що я і такі, як я, несуть на собі всю відповідальність за все, що відбувається із країною і з нацією. Тобто не більше, не менше, як на нас, і тримається весь цей світ і все правильне, що в ньому є. Коли я зрозумів, що ті принципи, які я вважав правильними, виявилися не тими, якими я їх вважав, мені довелося визнати, що моє місце все-таки не таке масштабне, як я думав, і те, що живе в моїй голові, це не обов'язково правило для всієї нації. Тому зараз мій принцип – це зробити щасливим своїх близьких і себе разом з ними. А робити щасливим всю націю – це, мабуть, завелика для мене задача. Для мене поняття віри вміщується в максимум Тертуліана. Вірую, бо абсурдно. Бо якби це було не абсурдно, воно б не потребувало віри, воно б потребувало знань. І раніше я чітко знав, що я вірю, тому що це не вкладається в якусь логіку. Воно вимагає від мене просто довіряти. І чим менше воно сходилося з раціональними аргументами, тим більше я вважав, що це випробування для моєї віри. А тепер я поділяю максимуму Рене Декарта про те, що все треба піддавати сумніву. І тепер я все, що від мене вимагає довіри, я перевіряю і піддаю критичному осмисленню. Я не можу сказати, що я став атеїстом, бо питання існування чи не існування Бога лежить все-таки за межами розуміння людини, принаймні так мені здається. Але релігійна віра, а також віра в якісь величезні абстракції мене полишила остаточно. На війні, правду кажуть, що атеїстів в окопах під вогнем не буває. Але загибель мого батальйону в оточенні і факти, що хлопці загинули, які були краще за мене, я дуже довго думав, навіщо це було Богу. Я потім зрозумів, що Бог тут ні до чого. А раніше я був певний, що все, що відбувається в цьому світі, відбувається за якимось задумом. Це не простіше. Просто тепер відповідальність за все, що відбувається з моїм життям, несу я сам. А раніше всю відповідальність, яка відбувалася зі мною і з усім, що відбувалося навколо, я перекладав на Бога. Це ніби Бог, це ніби такий вигаданий батько, який відповідає за все, який контролює все, і якому можна принести всі свої переживання, покласти на нього, і він їх винесе далі. Тепер я несу відповідальність сам. Це важко, але відчуття від цього краще. Все, що відбувається публічно, відбувається для публіки. Якщо мова йде про стосунки з Богом або з якоюсь величезною, значимою для тебе силою, то публічність тут ні до чого. Як в Біблії сказано, той, хто молиться публічно, уже отримує свою винагороду. Він отримує винагороду від людей, які дивляться на нього і вважають його праведним. Винагорода тільки в очах цих людей, не більше. В першу чергу, люди, які несуть екстремістські ідеї, вони переконані, що ними говорить щось більше за них. Їхні особисті страхи, їхня особиста параноя, їхнє особисте насилля, вони вважають проявом якоїсь вищої сили, і їм, звісно, приємніше думати, що вони просто провідники цієї сили, і що за ними стоїть щось більше за них. Хоча насправді за ними стоїть просто їхнє его особисте. Віра в руках фанатика небезпечна, тому що вона позбавляє його моральної відповідальності за все, що він робить. Це було кілька таких масштабних подій. Найперша це була одна ніч в оточенні в Іловайську, де мені, скажімо, я тоді вперше усвідомив, в яку яму я потрапив, і тоді я несподівано усвідомив, що я раніше думав, що мене туди вела доля, а потім лише там, коли я почав згадувати своє життя, я усвідомив, що, як сказав Густав Юнг, я потім це прочитав, що те, що ви не розумієте, ви називаєте своєю долею. Так от там я усвідомив, що я туди прийшов власними ногами, я ж доброволець. Тобто я сам йшов цим шляхом, і цей шлях логічно закінчився там, де він не мусив закінчитись. Тобто на війні в смертельній загрозі. І тільки тоді я зрозумів, що прийшовши туди своїми ногами, я так і не розумію, що ж мене, власне, сюди вело весь цей час. І тоді я вперше задумався, що щось в цьому не те, що я багато чого в власному житті і власних мотивах не розумію. Це був перший такий момент, де я зрозумів, що є таке націоналістичне гасло, називається «Україна понад усе». Воно дуже популярне. Але там, коли стало питання про моє життя, про те, чи буду я жити далі, я усвідомив, що не понад усе. Несподівано я зрозумів, що там, коли вже постало питання про моє життя і про те, як воно буде далі, я зрозумів, що, скажімо, я більше думаю про своїх доньок. Що я не думаю на той момент про патріотизм, а думаю про те, що там у Києві лишилися мої доньки, і я більше за все хочу не віддати життя за батьківщину, а повернутися до них і повезти їх в аквапарк, бо я мріяв їм показати аквапарк, і так вони не побачили його. Але я дивом вижив, повернувся, таки повів їх в аквапарк. І коли я повернувся в Київ, я потім пішов на націоналістичний мітинг, і хлопці навколо кричали «Україна понад усе», а я якби вже знаючи оце відчуття, чи що є найголовнішим в житті, я не міг з ними разом кричати це гасло, бо це була неправда. Не понад усе, навіть Україна не понад усе. І я почав задумуватися, а що ж тоді понад усе? І довелося з часом зрозуміти, що, наприклад, людяність важливіша навіть за Україну. Я не згоден чинити злочини, військові злочини чи будь-які інші заради патріотизму. Я вірю в людяність, вірю в любов між людьми і вірю в теорію несвідомого, яку сформулював Зігмунд Якович Фрейд.
I know that you are a fighter. Could you tell me in the name of which faith you are fighting? And with what?
I don't believe in God, but I believe in humanity and in human beings. So there's a lot to fight for in Poland if you share my faith in humanity, unfortunately, because we have such a problem that in Poland we do believe in very, very various things, but we have a monstrous international institution that is trying to change our country into theocratic, middle-aged, women-hating, very, very bad country. That's, of course, Catholic Church. So I've been writing about it and doing things about this problem that we have with the Catholic Church and its crusade on the state for many years now. And that's what I do. But I wanted to talk about what people believe in Poland, because this is very, very interesting, that the Catholic Church says that 90% of people in Poland are Catholics. That's why they can influence the law, I mean the church, and torture women, and beat children and rape children if they are priests and stay unpunished for it. But the point is that 90% of Polish people are baptized. That's true. But only 25% is really going to church, participating in the life of the Catholic Church. So the great majority of people in Poland are not Catholics, in fact. They were just introduced into this institution with nobody asking about their own will about it. So that's something about Poland that is very crucial. And we also have a lot of interesting research done that are telling what people in Poland believe in. So 35% believes in reincarnation. Around half of the population of Poland are people who believe in wizards, no wizards, fortune tellers and things like that. And we have also a lot of people who believe in horoscopes. Is it an English word?
Probably it is, yes.
And things like that, in the zodiac signs. And if you ask them if they are Catholics, they will say yes, because they were baptized. But in fact, they are not, because what they believe in has nothing to do with what the church is teaching. And And people do not respect what the church wants them to do. For example, 1/3 of the people in Poland divorce if they don't want to live with the person they married. More and more children are not baptized now. In the bigger cities, now the number of people who are doing the Catholic weddings is smaller and smaller, and more people are doing the weddings that are secular. Only 5% of people in Poland do not use contraception. Good for us. And things like that. So fortunately, people live in accordance with human rights, with what with the same way that people in the West do. But the difference that has been used by the church by the church for many years is that people in Poland were used to hypocrisy. They knew that they can live whatever way they want as long as they don't talk about it publicly, because you cannot tell that you don't like the priest, that you don't like the fact that priest is molesting children, that you don't like the fact that priest has a very, very expensive car and doesn't pay any taxes at the same time, and so long and so forth. And now it is changing, because the church is for last 5 years has been very close to the right-wing populists that are in power now, ruling Poland. And they started to do things openly. They started to take a lot of money, huge money. They started to influence the law in a very open way. And lately they decided that pregnant women in Poland should be tortured because of their beliefs. And they decided that anti-abortion law that in Poland is already barbarian should be even worse. That if you are pregnant and you are pregnant with a fetus that is severely ill, like really will die in pain just after you deliver it, you have to deliver the baby because it has to be baptized. So this was too much, even for people used to hypocrisy. And we had a huge protests, and a lot of people are now officially leaving the church. And for the first time, people decided that they cannot be any longer silent. I also believe in that women are humans, and this belief is really spreading widely in Poland now. And the lightning that you see here and here is the sign of it, that people really started to believe in Poland that women are human beings. And this is great that we can see these lightnings really in so many windows, so many balconies, in small towns, in big cities. This is the change that is happening now, and I believe that it cannot be stopped. So I think that my faith mainly lies now in women power and in strong women in Poland who are not going to back off now, and the church already lost this battle.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexandra Alvarova. I'm writer, publicist, and also a specialist for political marketing and propaganda. I deal with stuff like communication more than 20 years. I wrote 2 books about it. And my message today is going to be a little bit different from what you are used to. Nowadays, people speak mainly about disinformation and truth in the context as a fight between evil and good, between truth and lie. I do not deny that the truth is the cornerstone of our civilization. We stand on it, and once you put it away, the whole civilization is gonna broke. my point today is that there is something going on which is one level higher, more important, more complex, and more important for our understanding of the nature of the conflict we are in. And this is manipulation and technology behind that manipulation. So we are focusing very much on fact-checking, debunking, convincing people that they are wrong, discussing what's true and what's the truth and what's not. And we are missing one very important point, that the division we saw right now in every nation, in every single country on the earth, was actually caused by sophisticated algorithmic manipulation of social media and online platforms, and by knowledge from behavioral psychology and by old manipulation techniques. Let me explain. In the early 50s, I think it was 1953, the American tobacco industry was very worried because the science exactly proved that smoking causes lung cancer. And the chiefs of the tobacco industry almost thought that the industry is gonna die and they have to close the business and go home. In their final in their last desperate attempt, they tried to hire a young man. His name was Hill. It was the later owner of the public relations agency Hill and Knowlton, and he came with a very unusual strategy. He just invited every single evening to the TV channel a new guest, mainly doctor or disease specialist, and let him to discuss the causes of cancer as such. And the doctors didn't lie and didn't deny that smoking causes cancer. They just spoke about everything else, what also causes cancer, like environment pollution, unhealthy living style, bad food, stress, alcohol, too much coffee, poisoning in environment, in the working environment. There was million of causes you can inflict the cancer to yourself. And they spoke about it every day, every single day. And suddenly, after 1 year, no one was really interested about the truth that smoking causes cancer. People knew it, but they were fed it by that so many times, and they were distracted by so many other facts, like this causes cancer, and this too, and this too, and do you know how many people die on the streets in car accidents? That after 2 years, everyone who listened about smoking, dangerous smoking, and scientific proofs about the cancer just reacted like, okay, I've heard this 1,000,000 times, so what? Don't you have something different? That's psychology. That's manipulation. What happened today? We have new big tech media platforms who are dominant distributors of information on this lovely blue planet. These social media have the so-called algorithms. It's a mathematical formula made by programmers which decides which information do you see in your stream. It's not coincidence. It's just a calculation behind it. And this calculation is not driven by democracy, constitution, by your needs, by to protect your health, or to allow you to protect your family, or to be better informed, or to be educated, or whatever, these algorithms are driven by the only one single factor: money. They need to make money to the shareholders. So it happens when you scroll down your feed on Facebook, that you see more and more informations that you like and less informations that you need. Previously, before the internet era, we consumed a lot of resources: neighbors, government, scientists, newspaper, media, journalists, TV, radio. Right now, every single thing starts in the morning when you open your iPhone and scroll down on your Facebook feed, and you think, oh, what kind of new things is going to happen? What do I see, and what are my neighbors think, and what this man named Lucky, I don't know him, he just called himself Lucky something. What does he think about vaccines? Oh, that's interesting. It's very emotional. Oh, maybe I should read that. You have no idea that the feed is constructed with informations the algorithm think you would like, or they make you stay longer on the platform. You have no idea that the only one purpose why is this information offered to you is to make more money, to make you stay longer, stay more focused, and keep making more data blueprints on that platform, because that's the value. The more things you do, the more you scroll, the more you like, the more you discuss, the more you everything, the more psychological data the platform can collect about you, and then they can sell it. And very good. That makes them rich, right? So our information environment changed. Right now, most of the people on the planet are not consuming information they need to protect their families, to protect their health, or to protect their democracy, or community, or neighbors, or kids. No, they just consume information the algorithm think they will like. And they are closed in the rabbit hole of likable informations, of their biases and prejudices, and the history of learning and culture, and they are not exposed to anything new. So this is very dangerous, because the manipulation techniques used by marketing people, public relation people, with someone who's gonna sell you new soap, or new food, or new furniture, or a new candidate. These algorithms serve to sell you as a good to marketers. And this is toxic. And our democracy can't survive that. We are at the verge of a total catastrophe. And this is my message today. Please call democracy dudes. Go to your legislation makers, to your deputies, parliament members, and tell them what I have told you now, today. Please change our information environment. It's toxic. We need to continue in the democratic process. We need to hear the information from the other side. Hello from the other side. We need it to survive. stop to make these platforms richer and make them to serve us. Thank you for listening.
Mi chiamo Saif Eddine Abouavid, per gli amici Saif, 36 anni, di cui la bellezza di 33 anni e mezzo passati in Italia. Sono arrivato praticamente in fasce nel Modenese, quindi in Emilia Romagna, e poi a 20 anni ho deciso di andare un po' in giro a scoprire il mondo, ho scoperto molta Asia, molta Europa, e a 27 anni invece mi sono stabilizzato in Lombardia, precisamente a Milano.
Che lavoro fai?
Multitasking, nel senso che da un lato sono un imprenditore, ho un mio studio di consulenze fiscali, contabili, legali, previdenziali, tutto un ambito, e poi sono consigliere d'amministrazione presso un'impresa appunto della Brianza, e ci occupiamo appunto di progetti per appunto la società, per anziani, scuole, disabilità, cioè tutti i progetti sociali. E poi appunto sono anche opinionista televisivo, è la mia terza professione, e formatore educativo, ecco.
Diciamo, il tema di questa nostra ricerca è la fede. Cosa ti suscita questa parola quando la senti, fede?
Fede suscita in me l'altra veste del mio essere. Io mi immagino che se la fede è la camicia, per dire, il mio essere sono i pantaloni, quindi è un qualcosa che mi rappresenta, che mi identifica e di cui ho necessariamente bisogno in tutte le mie giornate. Non possiamo immaginarci uno che va in giro senza pantaloni o senza camicia, ecco. Quindi.
Tu hai fede, quindi?
Sì, ringrazio il Signore che mi ha donato la possibilità di avere fede, che non è né un surplus, né un bonus, né un malus rispetto ad altri, è solo un essere differente, ecco. È come c'è a chi piace magari giocare a tennis, c'è a chi piace leggere, ecco, un libro in veranda. Così è la fede, c'è chi appunto ama, chi si sente appunto completo, avendo bisogno di un frangente, un aspetto spirituale, chi no, ecco. Io sì, ho fede e sono felice di averla perché mi sento più completo, ecco.
La tua fede può essere intesa come desiderio di battersi o di opporsi contro la fede di qualcun altro?
Assolutamente no. La mia fede è un collage insieme alla fede di qualcun altro. È proprio come dicevo anche prima, è un modo di vestire. Immaginatevi o immaginati se fossimo tutti vestiti uguali, che noia. O se tutti appunto avessimo lo stesso taglio di capelli, che noia. La fede è semplicemente un abito da indossare che, così come a te piace che quell'abito che tu hai e che ti sta così bene ti piace e lo utilizzi, così deve essere libero un altro di avere un altro tipo di abito con cui si sente bene e con cui si sente appunto libero di uscirci e di utilizzarlo.
La tua fede ti porta a un'aggregazione o ti porta a un'introspezione? Oppure è entrambi?
Sì, entrambe le cose. C'è molta introspezione, naturalmente, perché anche i riti di preghiera, una buona parte, noi abbiamo 5 riti di preghiera, una buona parte di questi riti durante la giornata sono fatti in forma solitaria, quindi c'è molta introspezione. E poi però c'è anche una componente molto importante della mia fede, che è il senso di comunità, quindi il senso di aggregazione. I riti anche fatti oggi è venerdì, non so se si può dire, oggi è venerdì e c'è appunto la preghiera comunitaria, e è un concetto molto 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 fondamentale, cioè non puoi non andare alla preghiera comunitaria, devi avere più che valide giustificazioni, altrimenti pecchi di inosservanza di fronte al Signore, ecco, non di fronte a qualcuno, ma di fronte proprio al Signore. Non ti è permesso non andare a stare insieme alla tua comunità.
C'è qualcosa o qualcuno che percepisci come avversario la tua fede, che sia all'interno della tua stessa religione o comunità o all'esterno?
Allora, assolutamente sì. Dentro la mia religione, chi mi è avversario è colui che storpia il messaggio della religione, colui che la veste di violenza, colui che la veste di terrore, colui che la veste di crudeltà e di aspetti che non c'entrano assolutamente nulla con la mia religione. E quindi da una parte interna chi effettivamente trasforma in male quella che è la mia religione è un mio avversario. Dall'altra parte chi è mio avversario è colui che nonostante, ecco, colui che non chiede per interrogare, ma chiede per giudicare o condannare. Siamo ben felici di rispondere alle domande su quella che è una fede sicuramente extra-occidentale, se possiamo così chiamarla, anche se ormai non lo è più, no? 1 milione di musulmani sono italiani, quindi proprio con la carta di identità e il passaporto italiano. E quindi chiaramente noi facciamo parte anche di questo tessuto sociale e nel momento in cui ci rapportiamo all'esterno sappiamo di avere dei valori, delle caratteristiche differenti rispetto ad altre fedi o ad altre componenti della società, e quindi quando tu mi chiedi o mi ingaggi per conoscere, per comprendere e magari anche per non condividere o per non accettare, non sei obbligato, ognuno, però se tu mi chiedi per conoscere, io ci sono, ma se tu mi chiedi per condannare o per eventualmente elevarti come essere umano rispetto a me perché ho certe definizioni caratteristiche e tu no, ecco, quello può essere un avversario, ma non solo mio, è un avversario di tutte le fedi, perché è un avversario proprio dell'umanità. L'umanità è bella perché varia. Se tu ci vuoi tutti uguali, sei un avversario di tutti.
Certo, certo. E questo avversario è comunque qualcuno che ci priva di una libertà, giusto?
Assolutamente, assolutamente. E questa è la cosa peggiore che puoi fare all'essere umano. Le fedi tutte, e principalmente le 3 fedi monoteiste di questa grande famiglia di cui facciamo parte tutti, sono arrivate per liberare l'uomo, per non assoggettarlo a nessun altro essere umano. L'unico a cui rispondiamo ognuno di noi è al Signore. È Lui che, per chi crede appunto nell'aldilà, è colui che tirerà le somme, ma non siamo qui a rispondere a nessuno e la nostra libertà non dipende da nessuno.
Ritieni che la tua fede in qualche modo ti salvi? C'è qualcuno che la tua fede salva o qualcuno che non può essere salvato?
Io mi trovo molto dentro, come dicevo, al concetto proprio delle religioni monoteiste generali, cioè credo che le fedi siano per aiutare, supportare e salvare l'essere umano, non per condannarlo, per privarlo o per fargli vivere una vita appunto indegna di essere vissuta. Cioè la fede proprio ti dà valori, componenti e regole per permetterti di poter vivere felicemente, serenamente in un insieme di persone. Nessuno di noi vive su Marte, nessuno di noi vive sulla Luna, tutti dobbiamo, per fortuna abbiamo a che fare con altri nostri simili. La fede è gli antipodi delle costituzioni e delle leggi. È colei che norma i rapporti sociali, è colei che ti dice occupati dell'altro, è colei che ti dice non fare del male all'altro, è colei che ti dice non vivere questa vita giorno per giorno come se fosse una cosa, no? Oggi ho consumato sto giorno, no, ma vivi con un principio, con un obiettivo, con uno scopo. Il tuo primo scopo è stare bene e far stare bene chi sta intorno a te.
Grazie, grazie. E poi finita così è perfetta.
Thank you. Thank you to all the people who we interviewed. And this is like just a first part, and then we will follow another. But before seeing the second part of our interview, I want to ask for a little comment to Renzo. So Renzo, what do you think?
Well, I got very excited when I started seeing the films, the small interviews I received in the last days, because we shared these these documents some days before, also to understand what kind of contribution was arriving from these people who was interviewed. And I was really amazed by the thoughts that were shared in this contribution, for the passion that people talks with. This is a first thing. Faith leads passion. Passion is a very strong determinant of living. If we didn't have any passion, our life wasn't really worth living. So maybe faith, in whatever form it arrives to us, which can be religious, but also, let's say, philosophical or moral, gives us strength and living reasons. The object of faith varies among people, as we saw in these videos, but the common denominator is a level of conviction and these inner attitudes toward a greater power or force.
Maybe there's some technical problem.
Maybe it helps if he deactivates his video.
Gives people the way or a form to respect other lives, races, creeds. This is a very strong matter about our living together now. Respect about the other point of view, the non-violent approach to the melting. How can even the religious presence in the society lead to the possibility not to transform society into a theocratic dimension, which is, of course, one of the most strong implication of the presence of religion in the society. For sure, with the faith, people are seeking something that the world and the individuals cannot offer. And this is also demonstrated by many psychological studies. And it's fun because to participate to this conference, but also to prepare the documents before, I read many contributions about faith and the developing of faith, either in the or unfaith in the older age. And there was this book, Your Child's Faith, by Dr. Larry Stephens, I mentioned in my first document I shared with all the other partners, where they told that, where this doctor mentioned the occurrence that the adult perceptions of the character of God are impacted by early experiences with parents. There is this bonding, nurturing type of relation with parents build a positive view of God character. While if you have a relation with the parents very harsh, overbearing, judgmental, also God becomes a sort of negative entity. And therefore I asked to myself, what are the characteristics of my God, if I have one, but also of my imagined God, if I think about it, and also about the presence of God in our society, if it was not the religious God. Who are the gods present in our communities, which is not anymore the national community, but it's becoming bigger and bigger. We get impacted by virus coming from other places, or we think that we can talk easily to people in other countries, as we are doing right now, but we don't even know anymore our neighbor's name. So we are more and more in a very augmented reality, but which dialogues in a very complicated way with our ordinary reality. And for sure, in the next video, which is starting right now, we will focus either maybe on some more religious aspects of the idea of faith, but we will see that this has a great implication also in society.
Thank you very much, Renzo. So I think that now we are perfectly on time and we can start with the second video. So it will last almost 20 minutes, so a little bit shorter than the first one, and enjoy.
Do you believe that your belief has an impact on your behavior, how you behave to the society, or is it something very intimacy, very private to you?
I think faith is private and is the foundation for how I behave in society. It's the foundation of my resistance, of my daily ability to connect with myself and with the people around me, and to not be satisfied with how the world is, as long as it is not as good as promised.
Does the society have an impact on you?
I think society does affect my faith, because the way I experience my own life always has an influence on my perspective, also on my faith. For example, if society thinks I need to be man or woman, or male or female, and the Bible talks about being neither nor, me as a trans person has a very different view on being neither male or female than people who might have different experiences in regards to gender than I have.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel inspired by the word belief, faith?
Well, as for me, the word faith does inspire me, because it refers to a reality that is more than I see, and is more than we can verify with data. And I think this is also the source of my ability and willingness to not be satisfied with what we can collect with data, but to really explore more possibilities.
Mm.
And sometimes you need to believe or have the faith in different possibilities in order to address them. I think it's a difference, because I think belief addresses more the personal, I believe the weather will be fine tomorrow, but faith really addresses more than the individual belief. It's more like you refer to experiences, from anxieties, ancient experiences to different cultures. So it's more something that connects us as humans.
Mm-hmm.
What I believe is, I think, very...
So for you, faith includes more the community factor instead of belief?
Yes, faith is more a community-based thing, and what I believe is individual, but maybe too individual in regards to faith.
Okay.
I believe is more like they're so passive. I think I believe that this is what I just accept what I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I think faith is more a system of power in the good sense, not in the sense of hierarchy, but in the sense of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we are taught to have faith, we are taught to believe something.
Mm-hmm.
But I think living in faith is more than just believing things, but in entering a process of changing your own ideas about the world. It's more a process, not a statement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as for me, it's more about the Christian faith. I don't believe in a church. so I would disconnect my own faith from my own church. I think as for me, faith is that I believe in a source of life and love and peace and comfort and and justice that does not rely on my own abilities. It's not my own, the origin of this source is not within me. So I don't need to produce this, but I can be someone being given things. And this enables me then to change myself and to change the world. And for me as a Christian, this connection to this source is Jesus Christ, where the godly whatever became human. And I think this is also the link to Metropolitan Community Church, because we think that God welcomes us as human beings. God is not someone who's just waiting there to judge us, but God is someone who welcomes you just as we are, and in order to become who we are, no matter no matter, but including our gender, our sexualities, our different ideas about how to live our lives. And these differences don't divide us, but they make us a diverse community, because God created a diverse world.
And if you would describe your community here as someone who has been just to a very stereotypical, maybe conservative Christian church, how would you describe your community to give him a kind of a good feeling of what he could expect being here in this community, or she?
I think if you dare to come, you should expect very diverse people with very diverse experiences and ideas about faith. There's not a standard faith we offer in MCC, but we allow people to find their own journey, and this is what we do together. Your journey might look different than my journey, but if we journey together, we can inspire each other, we can correct each other, we can help each other, we can let each other go the way you want to go or I want to go, but still there's a common ground to explore what faith or church might mean for me. And so there's no hierarchy, there's no one telling me this is the truth you have to believe in, but it's more a common exchange of ideas and a common way of finding ways. So you should be prepared to meet people who are not like you, who you would disagree with, but who still love you.
So my name is Mira Raz, and I'm a Reform rabbi in Israel. I remain a rabbi. It means a teacher. And for me, it's very, very like a mission. You know, it's important. I have a mission. I have a very strong sense of mission to spread the message that actually the whole being of this creation of this planet is that everything is one being, and that the essence of everything, and especially the faith, it's the essence of faith. One source created the whole creation between heaven and earth as one being. I will say only this, that in Hebrew, when you translate the text of the Torah, so sometimes you really kill the essence, because we know that the word of creation was called Garden of Eden, right? But what's Eden? Nothing. But in Hebrew, when you say Gan is garden, of Eden. Eden in Hebrew means gentleness, no aggression at all. And that was a gentle word, a word of harmony, of peace, of unity, of all alleged contradictions. And that's why it was a gentle Garden of Eden, in a way of peace and harmony. And in Hebrew also, peace is shalom, but it comes from the Hebrew word shalem. Shalem and shalom. Shalem, it means complete. Like a puzzle, you have a puzzle, you have all the parts as one picture. That's the ultimate faith. If an ideology comes to the world with great enthusiasm and wants to take one way and to have control with this way, one way over everybody, this is against the essence of faith. Actually, it's a lie. If someone says, in the name of God, I kill the other, he's a liar. If he says, in the name of God, I make peace with my enemy. So that's faith. You are the creator. Of course, I believe in the creator. And I can speak a lot about it, why I believe. But this is very important now. In Genesis chapter B, verse 7, I want to quote it. Look, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breath or blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Every human being, God blew in everyone, even if he does not believe in God, never mind. Everyone has this breath of life. You know why blew? Because this is the only verb that in human language, in human experiences, you know that when you blow into something, you give the same that exists in you. The same. Now, when we understand what's the essence of the human being, so you are the creator. You use your breath of life. And if you believe in God, you empower your breath of life. You know what? First, I'll show you something, and then I'll give you something nice. Look, okay. This is a match. You see here, you have one candle, a big one, a very nice one. This is the body, this is the living soul, and the flame is the breath of life. Now I take another human being. He has also this breath of life, but look, his body is weak, poor human being. This is a king, this is the ruler, this is the rich one, this is the one who has the power, ta-ta-tam. But what happens when they do like this? Huh? That's faith. That's Imagine of John Lennon. And the whole world would live as one. This and this are separated, very different, but willingly they can do this. They can create a reality like this. That's faith. Believe in God, don't believe in God, who cares? It has to be the ruler is your breath of life. There is something much more deeper that influenced my faith. And it is the fact that I am a second generation to Holocaust survivors. And my mother was released in Bergen-Belsen. Bergen-Belsen, it was a camp to die. There were no crematorium there. They didn't even burn the people. Typhus, dysentery, starvation, you die there. They put her there to die. And 15th of April, 1945, the English opened the gates of Bergen-Belsen. They released this camp. And here I am in Israel, independent, not so helpless like the Jews in the diaspora, and the state of Israel. And we are far from being, perfect. Doesn't matter. So from Bergen-Belsen to where I am now, that's my faith. I am a religious, radical, reform person. Radical is because I'm telling everybody, you don't have a choice to survive and to live as you want good, you want to live well, if you will not live with the awareness of the one.
My name is Sanna Mertanen, and I'm a reverend, and I work here in Männistö parish in Kuopio, and our parish is part of Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Church. I think faith to me is mostly being in a relationship with God. I think it's not so much about what do I believe in Christianity, but it's my relationship with God and how I connect with God and how I talk to God and how God talks to me. It's a relationship. Of course, I think that faith affects everything in my life. I'm a Christian, so of course it affects, it can also affect how other people or society sees me, especially when I'm a representative of a church and I work in a church. And of course it affects how I look to society through Christian values. Lutheran Church is the main church, and it's not so long ago that almost every Finnish person was a member of Lutheran Church. There are parts of Finland that still maybe something like 80% of people are members of Lutheran Church, and in bigger cities it's nowadays maybe something like 50% or less. So it has changed very quickly, and Lutheran Christianity and Orthodox Christianity have been the main churches in Finland for a very long time. Nowadays I think it's more, you are not the member of this church anymore automatically, and people are more thinking about their own faith and their own beliefs, and do they want to be members of this particular church or something else. So it's also maybe more of a real choice, but it's also part of our culture. Christianity and Lutheran Christianity and our parish is of course open to everyone. There's no limits. Everyone who is interested of Christian faith can come here. You don't have to be a member of the church to attend worships or come here to discuss about faith. So everybody's welcome. Here in Kuopio, we're mostly in touch with the other Christian communities. For example, it's not so many years ago when we sold one of our churches, our old church, to the Catholic parish here in Kuopio. And sometimes we have common services with Orthodox Christians and Catholics. So I think the dialogue is mostly between different Christian communities here in Kuopio. There is not so much dialogue between different religions here in Kuopio, because this is quite a small city here in Finland. So I'm not even so sure like how big communities, maybe Islamic or Jewish communities here is. All the discussions and negotiations between different religions are happening maybe in the capital in Helsinki and not so much locally. I think locally the discussions are always just between some two persons and not so much between communities, but that would be interesting to have this kind of like gatherings where we could discuss. Well, in this community, in our parish, we have decided that here it's a safe space for everybody to come here, and we are all the time trying to make it more clear to everyone that everybody's equal in our church and everybody's welcome, and we don't discriminate people in any of that kind of matters. I think that the whole Lutheran Church in Finland is of course trying to be discrimination free, and of course we are all the laws, we have to follow all the laws. In Finnish law there's this equality, everybody should be treated the same way, but there's also this theological discussion in our church, and for example same-sex marriages aren't allowed yet in our church, but still in our parish we have just decided that also same-sex couples can come here and have their wedding here. And some of the reverends in Finnish Lutheran Church are also wed same-sex couples and some aren't. So there's also this difference between our official truth and what happens in reality in different parts of Finland. So, but the discussion is going on all the time.
Okay. Here we are, and that was our second video. So I would like to give the words again, some room to Renzo. Renzo, do you want to, if you can add something, and we can go on with our thinking.
Okay. Thank you. This is my last intervention within this morning conference. So I think that we all took inspiration from these interviews. It made a little fun to me, noticing the first priest mentioning the fact that he believes he has faith, but he has not faith in church. More and more, our society is made of personal beliefs, even strong, even religious beliefs, but less belief in the institution. So we believe in God, but not in church. We believe in democracy, but not in state, in the state or in the parliament or the institution representing the democracy. So we have faith in large concepts, large ideas, but not in the capacity of people to create structures, to create ensemble which are strong enough to solve the problem. So it's this eternal contradiction between the fact that the human is the candle near the candle which makes a light, brighter light. But nonetheless, the human is the origin of also failures. This is maybe why, from the origin, of course, the man, the human being, had the idea of God, because we needed something which doesn't fail. And if you think at everyday life, what is the only thing that doesn't fail? What are the contemporary gods? It's technologies, computers, is for sure this machine dimension in which we are moving. Also humanity is moving towards this technical dimension. We are moving from maybe from a theocracy ruling the humanity, or and having its roots in faith, to technocracy with the only few people moving technology and ruling more and more the rules of the society. You get banned from Twitter, you are allowed to speak in Twitter, you are on Facebook, you can show your an image on Facebook, you get that image gets banned on Facebook. Your profile is banned, and you lose your possibility to talk to 1 million people, or you are allowed to. What are the boundaries? For sure, I always read with some curiosity years ago the prediction of Raymond Kurzweil. Some of you may know this person who has been a great influencer for companies involved in technological development, and he created the idea of this future of spiritual machines, because he was one of the first people to study the developing of technology devices, and was one of the first people to predict that we could have some affordable computer devices reaching the human level intelligence in the very next years, revolutionizing most aspects of our life, and that nanotechnology will augment our bodies, cure cancer, and also we will live in a full-time virtual reality. And he predicts also that machines will appear to have their own free will and even spiritual experiences. Humans will essentially live forever as humanity, and its machinery become one and the same. He predicts that intelligence will expand outward from Earth until it grows powerful enough to influence the fate of the universe. I don't know if this is true or not, and for sure, but somehow arrives close to the idea of this universal dimension, and the only possibility to reach this universal dimension now is in the machine's hand. We start to have faith on. We have faith that every day, every morning, our mobile will make the alarm clock. We don't wear any watch anymore unless it's a technological device which tells us how long we walked. So we need to be measured in everything. To know if we made the 100 feet walk, the 10,000 feet, if we ran, but nonetheless, maybe we are losing some grip with maybe a less intense spiritual dimension of our self-knowledge. We maybe know more things about the surrounding, we digited a name and everything appears, and we know less about ourselves and about the possibilities to create in smaller communities. And in fact, more and more artists are creating experiments in small communities, taking a long time with people. Teatro dei Venti is an example, but many of you have this kind of experience on the territories. I think my phone just got off. So I think that art has its own question, and art can be somehow a faith in response to some too much pushed technological view of the world. Art for sure causes us to see the world in a different way. The work of art challenge or critique our life, our beliefs, our faith, nourish our hearts, our minds, and maybe illuminates also some aspect of our personal faith if we have. And I think that in the afternoon we can, and you can talk about the relations between our attitude toward art. If art is a faith for us, what does this faith lead us to do? And most of all, if we think that art is a faith that we can spread to people, with which tools, how effective can be our faith capacity to develop this faith to other people. And I wish you really a very good and strong prosecution of this day. I am grateful to you all and to Teatro dei Venti who have invited me. And I hope to keep in touch with you all again. Of course, if there is someone who wants to make a question, I'm here and I will respond.
Thank you very much, Renzo. Your words are really precious for us. We will collect all the questions that will arise also in the afternoon, and then of course we will share with you, so you can keep on be connected with us and with the project. So if you still want to stay with us, I know that in some minutes you have to leave, but until you have to leave, you are still welcome, of course. As I anticipated before, one of the people who have been interviewed in our field research is present here today, and if she wants to add something later, she saw all the other video, and if she wants to add something, for us will be a pleasure. So, or if she wants just to say hello to everybody, it's a pleasure anyway. So if Rabbi Mira Raz from Israel, I've introduced her in the first part of the morning. So she's the former rabbi of the Ruth Daniel Residence congregation in Jaffa. That is one of the 3 Reform congregations in Tel Aviv. So if Mira wants to say something and to say hello to everybody, she's welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm really very happy to be with you. As you heard in my video, I have this sense of mission, you know, to spread the message of the one. So now you're giving me another chance. I just want to add something, and not to emphasize, to make it more clear, that to me, as we said, we've heard this idea from various people, not for everybody, but God is actually, or faith is actually about awareness. Faith is awareness, is a thought. You have to think, you have to believe. What's a belief? Belief is a thought. Because if someone believes, or there is a non-believer, so they have here another program, another software. We call it software. So the breath of life that God blew in us, it's the software of the one. It's like a drop from the ocean that remembers when this drop was one with all the drops. But when God like blew, of course, it's an example, it's a metaphor. So he just separated one drop from the big ocean, but it has a remembrance. It remembers what does it mean to be one. And when, you know, in Hebrew also we say, when you blow, when you die, when you die, you blow your breath of life to the other side. If I say it in Hebrew, God nafach banu, blew in us, and when you die, ata nofech et nishmatcha, you blow to the other side. So because it's eternal, because it's so, you know, it's faith to talk in the 21st century when science can support things here and there slowly, they support the understanding that humanity knew from generations, that what we experience as a human being with our 5 senses, which is the software of the living soul, a part of all the living souls, all the creatures are the living souls. You can see in the text of Genesis, all the living souls in heaven, I mean in sky, those are wings, and in water and on earth, we are a part of it with our body and with this awareness to survive. To survive, it's not bad, it's just very limited of what life is all about. But only this special creature got this breath of life, this software of the one, to be with them, all the plants and all the, I don't know to translate every, I mean from Hebrew, but all the elements of the creation, we can be one with them because we have this breath of life. Because the living soul experience is the separation. Everybody is separated from the other. I sit in this room full of bodies, not only human bodies, everything is separated from the other. But this is an illusion about the essence of our life, of our existence. It's an illusion. God made us here some kind of trick, you know, the play of life. It has a name, a title, Unity of Contradictions. The contradictions is very, very, very clear in the physical world. But you have to elevate this separation, alleged, and make the one with your other software. And that's the essence of men, the choice. We didn't speak enough about the choice. Men can be great. You know, to me, the highest awareness or belief or whatever of humankind in those Christians in Europe during the Holocaust that saved human being, Jews, I mean, they saved Jews with such a great danger of their survival and their family and children. I don't even understand how they overcome, you know, this very, very natural instinct to survive. And, you know, the Gestapo and everything were around in the village, sometimes entered their house, and they were hiding, you know. That's unbelievable. And this is the awareness of the Torah. You know, Torah is a great, great, great book of awareness. It's not about how, because the how, you have many hows, like we heard the Muslim guy, you know, he talks about the how, but the what is one, is the same. It's the same. There is no Muslim Allah and Jewish El, you know, and Jesus is not the Father, you know. He represents something. Okay, I accept. He was a good Jew, you know. But every human being and every these religions knows that there is the Father, there is the Creator, there is one source that gave many ways. Who cares? Who cares? Sometimes in my Torah teaching, for example, come up people and they say, what you are saying, it's Buddhism. I said, why not? Why not? Why not? You know, this word is wide. Many people, many various of thinking, I don't know, but it all goes like all the rivers goes to the sea. So every river goes to the sea, but the sea is important. You have to go there. You have to, you know, I wrote here, I didn't know how to say it in English, but you have here this, maybe, you know, is estuary of the river, estuary. You know, I just, estuary of the river, it's the point where our life is like a river flowing in the earth, you know, but then comes the point when he meets and become one with the sea. I mean, and this point, it's where you elevate, you know, every river has its way, you know, but then everybody has this point that we become one. And that's awareness. And we have to choose it. As I said, there were these Christians that were so like almost they overcome their survival impulse, but there were human beings that made totally different. And it's the same person. It's the same human being. It's not strange creatures that came from, I don't know, from Mars. Even in Israel, you know, after the Holocaust, when they said, those that were there, it said all the time that Auschwitz, for example, and I mean Auschwitz because this cruelty goes on in the world to other nations, to other people. I take it as a metaphor because cruelty was before. Of course, there is the unique thing of the Holocaust, but cruelty is not the invention of Holocaust. Cruelty of human beings to each other were terrible, terrible. But they were human people, human being, like the righteous one. And that shows what the choice that this special creature, the human being, can do in the world. Create the kingdom of God or destroy it. And that's why, as the priest from Finland, the woman said, it's a relationship. It's a covenant, it's a relationship. God needs us in order to be here. Of course, when tomorrow morning all this planet will be stardust. God is alive. There is a God. But like a pregnancy, as long as this creature exists, we need this, what the mother gives to the embryo, you know. The connection is vital. And if there is a connection or not, it's a choice. God is waiting for us to open the heart, to open the mind, to open the idea of the one. He said, I created you and your enemy I also created. We are coming to Pesach now, you know, Passover. All the story in Exodus, the going out of Egypt, the Exodus, it's when Pharaoh and all his troops are drowning, they are vanished. So there is a very nice story, but it's not in the text of the Torah, that the angels comes to sing in front of God. Wow, you prevail, because the story is really about two awarenesses. God represents the word of creation, the one, the harmony, the gentleness, and Pharaoh is the opposite. And God in this story says, I didn't create this word for pharaohs like this. Look, the history of all humankind, not of the Jews, every dictator, every regime that wanted to exploit people, you know, didn't see them, they vanished in the end. Nobody survived. Nobody. And good is elevating itself all the time, slowly, but through blood, sweat, and tears, of course, because we are not clever enough. We don't have faith enough, because they don't understand. Faith is not church. You know, God is not church. The Polish woman talked about the church. We are talking about faith. Who needs the church for faith? If you have priests in the church or rabbis or others that talks about the one, wonderful. But they have to serve the one. They have to serve the one. So I want just to complete the story. So when they came, the angel, to sing to God, that you see now the whole world, see through the story with the people of Israel before Christianity, before Islam, to all universe, that the one is, I mean, the essence of wonderful word as one being. That's the idea. That's, so now believe it. Now believe it. Believe. But he stopped them, the angels, as he said, and he says, my creation is drowning in the sea, and you are coming to sing in front of me. And he gives Pharaoh and all his troops the words of my creations, my children. There are also, who created Pharaoh? Another god. That's ignorance of what religion is all about. Religion, not religion, political religions or political of the church, or religion as is its pure message is that everything is one being. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute.
Yes, because we have time is running out, but
okay.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always beautiful to have some more contribution, and your words are precious for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So before starting the lunch break and before giving some instruction, Andrè, do you want to say some words?
Yes, just very shortly. I thought I could easily sum up what we heard today, but it's so much, and it's incredibly interesting what we heard from a lot of speakers today. The question of the God, of the good God, appeared. Humanity, patriotism. We were trying to think, or we just heard a very passionate contribution and interesting about faith, and before also what is faith and maybe what is belief, and then I want to refer also to Renzo Francabandera in the end, who said, okay, maybe we are going more and more into a technocracy, and he gave us a job and a mission for this afternoon, so to find out what is actually what art and theater has to do with faith. So what are the possibilities of art, and how are we connected to faith, and actually what is our job? So I'm very happy to see you in the afternoon and to talk about all this big universe with you.
Thank you very much, Andrè. So some instruction, and we are perfectly on time today. Now, in some minutes, we will invite you to join to, let's say, dining room. Of course, we won't be in the same room eating, but we will try to stay connected in a sort of way. So we will invite you to join to this dining room, a virtual dining room. You have to accept it, and you can turn your camera off if you don't want to show yourself while you are eating. But we invite you, and we ask you actually to not disconnect to the conference, to stay connected with your camera off if you don't want to show you, but with your volume on, because now I will share in the chat with you, and is also written on the program, a link to collaborative playlist. In last days, we create a playlist on Spotify, and of course, the theme cannot be anything else except faith, of course. So we created this "What do you believe in" playlist, and we invite you to add your song, to share your song that can fit with this theme. And so if you take your volume on, we will be listening at the same time the same song, as if we were in the same room. So it's just a little symbol to be connected together, even if we are distant. The lunch break will end at 2 p.m. I ask you to connect a little bit early, just 5 minutes to 2, so we can start in time. At 2 p.m. we will have a very brief moment. It will be an interactive moment where we will ask to all the participants to start answering some questions. Then we will leave room for the artistic director, and so each artistic director will share with us their impulses of faith in general. Then we will split and we will divide in small groups in the breakout rooms, and there will be a chance to discuss together. And we will give you a task, a very, very, very simple task, but it will be useful for us to have a concrete output of this conference. And then we will share this task with everybody, and we will say goodbye later. So I think that now I will firstly share the playlist link on the chat, and then in some minutes, as soon as you receive the invitation to go to the dining room, you have to accept it, and we can see you there, or actually we can listen you there. And see you later.
porta sulle strade della gente che sa amare. Gente che sa amare.
You're on mute. We don't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. I was saying, welcome back. We are again on Facebook Live. And we are here all together again. So we are going to begin our afternoon. And first of all, I want to just remind what is going to happen. The first part of our afternoon will be dedicated to a little game that now we'll do together. It's an interactive survey, and then I'll explain to you. We thought it would be nice to have like a sort of overview of which kind of believer are inside our room. So there will be this first part, and then I'll explain. And then secondly, we will leave room for our artistic director as anticipated. And if in the morning we have listened to the voices of the people inside the society, now we want to leave room to the voice of our artistic director, because of course our project is a project that aims to realize the 7 different performances, and so 7 different but shared artistic research path. And we think it's very important to start also from some impulses of our artistic director. What is interesting to start in our research? What is necessary to start researching? And then we will have our breakout room moments. So we will divide in small groups. And inside these small groups, we will try to share some thought and some impression that arose during the day. And then we would like to find some question. The question will be our output. As I was saying at the beginning of the day, if we end this day with a lot of questions, we will be really happy, because there will be the starting point for researching, and they'll also be available for everyone who wants to research on our same big theme, so faith. So in this moment, I will share with you a link on the chat. You already have this link also in your program. If you click on this link, as soon as I will start the presentation, you will have the chance and the possibility to answer some questions. They are really, really simple. We don't ask you to spend a lot of time thinking about it, just your impulse, so what you think about it. And so we will get an overview of which kind of believers are inside the room right now. And you will, if you click on the link, it will open a new tab on your computer, on your mobile phone. I will share the screen, and inside my screen, you will be able to see the results of the survey live. So as soon as you answer, the results will be on your screen. So now I will leave the link on the chat. And I just asked to my colleagues if they can make me co-host.
It's a very exciting moment of this day.
Yes, it's the first moment where we can hear and we can see who we are and what do we think.
Where's the link? It's already there?
Yes, it just arrived in the chat.
The last one?
I guess so, yes.
Okay, let's see. How much do the following face should be private?
Do you find the link?
Excuse me, I have a question. When you ask about faith, should it be private? I think you refer to I'm a Catholic, I'm a tatatam, but this is not faith. This is one part of faith. You can have faith as a Catholic, as a Protestant, as a Jew, so it's. But you don't mean this. You mean the religion, right?
Yes, but we have to go in order. Sorry. So if we leave time, then we will have the chance to discuss it.
It's very important to the answer. To have faith, it's not should be private, but maybe Catholic or they should be private. It's two different answers.
You mean Catholic? Yes, I mean spiritual faith. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you believe in God. Now you go to God through Catholicism, through this, through that. So this shouldn't be private, but maybe you don't want to say what religion you have. So that can be private. You understand? So I don't know. I don't want to disturb. Sorry.
No, you're not disturbing at all. Don't worry.
I don't know.
Yes,
the real answer. Two real answers.
Yes, actually, it's necessary, but we want to go with order. So we start from this, and we just ask you to indicate 3 words that you connect to the word faith, and I mean faith in general. So can be spiritual, can be political, can be whatever.
Yeah, that's I understand. Okay.
Okay, we are starting to see some, and as you can see, the image is changing, of course, as you can imagine. So we will see bigger answering. The answer that are bigger is the answer that the most part of you gave. So we are very, very creative because we have a lot of answer. While we are answering, I will say to you that at the end of this survey, I will download the results and I will share them with you with a link. So you will be able to see it also later on. So we have a lot of words that comes out. The bigger one, I think, is hope. So some of you, more than one person wrote hope. But then we have a lot of word that comes out. There's someone that is like linked to some feeling like happiness, for example. Someone link it to the general believing, but we have some big words that is hope, trust, and spiritual. It's really interesting. Okay, now I will go on and you will be able to see another question to answer. Do you think it's possible to live without believing in something? And for believing in something, I mean everything. Someone believes in a religion, in some spiritual faith. Someone believes in a political faith, or maybe there's also in a flag, or maybe it's also on a football team. We don't know. Do you think it's possible to believe without believing in something? Okay, the first results say that no. Apparently, the most part of us don't think that it's possible to believe without believing in something. I leave also some seconds. Okay, in our room, in our conference, most part of the people don't think that it's possible to live without believing in something. Let's go on. Are you a believer? I mean, do you have spiritual faith? You can choose between yes, no, or no more, because maybe that once you were, but now you are no more a believer. Okay, our graphic is changing and it seems that yes. Okay, so we almost voted everybody, so yes, 1. So probably not probably in this room, the most part of the people believe in something spiritual, not specified, can be each kind of religion or not religion, but spiritual stuff. Let's go on. And now we ask you if you have political faith. Oh, this room is full of believers, believers in spiritual faith, believers also in political faith. And someone who once was a believer and now it's no more. Okay, let's go on. Do you have a faith in institution that is quite different, of course, from faith in political? Okay, there's a little battle, and now no is increasing, but yes still remains as main answer. So we are now in a conference of an European project, and we ask you about institution, and the most part of us as actually they think that we can have faith in institution in the States, in European Union, and etc. And let's go on. Oh, here's someone already answered. On a scale from 1 to 5, how much do you agree with the following statement? And with the following statement, I mean, faith should be private, or faith is a thing to be lived in a public way. And to answer what Rabbi was saying before, yes, we can assume that we are thinking about spiritual faith. Okay, I leave some more moments. Okay, now we can see that an average of 3.4 faith should be private. So we think in this room, the general thinking is that it's more likely that faith should be private. And less person think that faith should be lived in a public way. And now is a question on you and extremism. Do you think you're an extremist? And your faith is the faith that you want, that you can choose, political faith or spiritual faith? Okay, so yes, the extremists are quite few in this room. Okay, we can say that in this room, the most part of the people don't feel to act like extremists. In your opinion, faith is linked to violence? Each kind of faith, all kind of faith? Okay, this is quite interesting. We have a good battle between yes or no now. And we are fair. We are in a good balance, 14 versus 14, but yes now is winning. So we can say that our room is split in two. Someone think that faith is linked to violence and someone not. More or less one person on two. This is a very, I can leave you 1 minute, so just a words is okay. If according to you, faith is linked to violence, so the half of you, tell us why, just a few words. So also 1 word or 2 words is sufficient. Okay, the first answer said that according to history, faith is linked to violence. Don't be shy, you can just write 1 word, it's not a problem. crusades. Okay, an historical fact. Everyone thinks his truth is the right truth. Recent and less recent history throw us so. His passion, religion in past, dogma. So we have a lot of history here. It should not be, yes, but it creates division and hate words. Okay, we have a lot of input now. Not everyone who is believing is a violenter, that's true. Fanatism. Okay, I think that we have a lot of input now that we can also see a little bit later, and that will be available also later. So next, if the question before was about faith is linked to violence, now I would like to know the people who said that faith is not linked to violence, why they think that it's not linked to violence. For compassion, compassionate view of others and the world. The final answer is love and peace. Love and peace is actually at the base of all the religion. Violence cannot be the answering problems, it's right. And comes out also the word hope. Hope, compassion. We saw hope also in the first slides. And love, of course. God loves and society. And again, love, mercy, sacrifice, and forgiveness. So it's not linked to violence, but maybe also to sadness, to sacrifice, yes? It's about awareness. Awareness is something that comes out just now. Okay, let's move on to next slides. On a scale from 1 to 5, how much do you agree with the following statements? So we ask you if faith in general, can unite people or faith divides people? Okay, so still some vote is missing, but we can say that it seems that in our room we more think that faith unites than divides people. But we are more or less there. I mean, 3.8 versus 4, so it's not a big. And that's what we can also say that in our room we are just split it in two. Someone who thinks that faith unites and someone who thinks faith divides. Okay, we can go on. Oh, sorry. Okay, that was our little survey that now I can download and share it with you. In a second moment, when we will split it in the breakout rooms, you can also take this document that now I will share with you as a starting point if you want to share, because we see that in some question we are almost all agree, but in some question we are quite divided in two. So that could be an interesting starting point. Okay, so I think now it's time to leave room to our artistic director for having the impulses. As I was explaining before, we thought it was interesting and necessary to leave room to the voice of the people of our organization who directly work with the research, because of course we are going to research a lot of this team, and what is interesting to start to research. So we asked for some impulses. And so I'm happy now, we will give 5 minutes to each artistic director. And I leave room, first of all, to Chen from Gesher Teatr, that will share with us some thought and some thinking with the title, The Performance of the Prophecy. Roy, are you with us?
Yes, thank you very much, Caterina. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So, I'm honored to be here and to speak with you about prophecy. Over the last year, our faith was questioned again and again. Do we have faith in science? Do we have faith in our government, in art, in God? In my opinion, the role of an artist is to challenge existing beliefs and at the same time to instill faith in anyone who lost it. So it sounds paradoxical, but think about it for a moment. When you put your faith in Stalin, let's say, and then you read Master and Margarita by Bulgakov, your faith is undermined. But when you feel down and about and you listen, let's say, to the Beatles, your faith seems to rise. I wanted to discuss the concept of faith and the way it connects to art. And then I got back to the book of books, the Bible. The great prophets, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, performed in front of an audience in various venues, frequently outdoors, sometimes in the wilderness, at the city gates, in the market square. There's no doubt that the prophets were talented speakers. A prophet without an audience, as you understand, is just a guy who hears voices inside his head. So he should probably go see a therapist. So we need audience. There is some action that reminds us of a theater. Prophets reflect reality, but also created one. Not every actor is a prophet, but every prophet must be an actor. As well as a set designer and a costume designer, he must think about the direction of the sun in the space he chooses for his performance. He's the choreographer, the stage worker, and his boss is the big dramaturg, the director, the producer in the sky. So he better not mess it up. The actor seeks to express himself through the play and to express the play through himself. The prophet seeks to express God through himself, and perhaps, why not, himself through God. When do we as artists feel that we have succeeded? When we have managed to create trust. Yeah, trust is a very important thing between the actors and the audience, the prophet and his audience. We need to evoke identification, to convey a message, to produce a one-time experience that will immortalize in the collective memory. The prophets used metaphor. They sang, they shouted, they whispered, and they weren't afraid to humiliate themselves in order to gain identification, to evoke fear, to excite, to instill hope. We can't achieve all that if the audience doesn't believe you. Yeah. So between the actors and the audience, this unwritten contract in which everyone agrees on one thing, to believe, to put faith in each other. I believe that the man that's over there on the stage with a cardboard crown is a king. I believe that these two youngsters from Verona are in love. I believe that that guy there slept with his mother and murdered his father. It's a childish belief, but that's exactly what's so beautiful about it. It has been almost a year, since we ordered to maintain social distance and do not congregate, but it seems that we are on our way out of this dark tunnel. This is a time when we have to face again our faith, when we have to construct again this unwritten contract between us and the audience. I want to be optimistic. I want to believe that the world is going again into this trust between the two groups. We could fly, we could travel the world, we'll gather in the theater halls, and in the near future we'll be allowed to, to take off our masks and to touch each other without fear. And again, I'm very curious about the artists, prophets from all around the world. And I hope that we will get somebody to work with us from abroad, and that some Israeli guys and girls and artists will go to your places and we could make this exchange. So thank you very much. Be creative, be healthy, and don't lose your faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roy. I leave room directly to the next artistic director, Michal Lang, that will give us an impulse called Faith versus Instinct. Please, Michal.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I need to leave you because I have a meeting, online meeting with my government, with my town. It's important for our theater. So I want to talk at the whole issue we are talking about from the perspective of a citizen of the Czech Republic. Because of course I live here and I witness the behavior of the people around me. And second, I want to try to look at what faith is from a psychological perspective using critical thinking. I try. We live in difficult times. You all know that we currently have very high numbers of infected and dead people in the Czech Republic. Question is why? Our Prime Minister is Andrej Babiš, but it's not just this problem only. We can see here frustrated and frightened people around us as fear and frustration are very old emotions. Most animals feel it. It's important for us to survive, for example, to run away from fire, but otherwise these emotions are blind. But once fear is combined with an idea, such as that the COVID is just a mild flu, or that the COVID was created by Bill Gates and George Soros, a faith emerges and controls the behavior of the individual. I think that when humanity lived 40,000 years ago in a world that was unknown, they felt fear. Imagine we are in the big woods, stars, we can see stars, dark, white animal around us. Of course, we are afraid. Yes, fear. We felt fear of the unknown, and the unknown world we somehow explained because we were scared. That explanation came from fear, and in this way, faith was born, I think. The faith that gave us a sense of security. This explanation of the world, this created faith, was then shared by the whole tribe. It was very important for our survival. Today's world is known. We controlled him. We are not afraid to get on a plane and fly to an unknown country. We expect their known civilization, and it's usually there. And now we have situation, COVID takes us back to 40,000 years ago, I think. The world around us is no longer safe. The disease can be anywhere, on the street, in the supermarket, in the elevator. And this disease behaves like a Russian roulette. Some will die and some people will not. It's a new, unknown situation for us. And I think our old instincts are waking up. We see people around us in the Czech Republic meeting in the parks. They don't have masks, they talk, they drink beer under trees because the pubs are closed. They don't believe that they are in danger. They close their eyes. They want to keep the safe world we have lived in before. Fear always seeks a simple explanation. And when we feel strong fear, it's very difficult to use critical thinking. So people prefer to believe that COVID is a mild flu. They don't believe the hospitals are full. They prefer to say it's fake news. Or they say that COVID was created by pharmaceutical companies to make money. Imagine you are speaking with these people. It's weird to see a person telling you some fake news. You know it's an absurd lie, and at the same time you see the man standing up for the lie with his whole personality. He is willing to fight for it. That lie is organic part of him. He believes in it. He is a victim of the old instincts, I think, we have within us, which are often stronger than what makes us human, what sets us apart from the animal world. This is conscious intelligence and related critical thinking. The secret services, especially the Russian ones, have known this for a long time and can work effectively with this lack of the ability to think critically with this monkey in us. We can see it around us. They can control people's thinking in this way. They can control what people do believe in. This is very dangerous. Faith is a bridge for me that builds our minds over the valley of suffering and fear. Cognition and critical thinking are in direct conflict with faith. This is well seen in the story of science and the church over the centuries. The point of the story is that we live in a secularized society. When I speak of faith in this way, it doesn't not mean that I want to deny spirituality. Of course not, absolutely no. I just think that spirituality and faith are two different things. I think that if one experiences a higher state of consciousness, it's a typical that one does not remember is properly. The brain is not yet adapted to this. It's evolving in this regard. The brain rather remembers an emotion. He then builds faith from this emotion. This is the legacy of our millions of years old development. The brain exposes only the structure, the plaster cave. He erects a statue in honor of that extraordinary experience. Faith and spirituality, for me, are two different things and they are in conflict. It's typical of faith that it's an idea very strongly associated with strong emotion. At that moment, critical thinking is very difficult. Every emotion strengthens itself. He wants to last, to be forever. It's her trait. Therefore, critical thinking is unpopular. Critical thinking and the associated gift of intelligence, the ability to see the world comprehensively and not dialectically, run counter to the legacy of the animal we still remain. I think we are like fish that came ashore millions of years ago. They could breathe air, but they still had fins. It's all, thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. I was drinking a little bit of water. Thank you very much, Michal. And I invite to speak Joanna Wichowska with the impulse, hate in the name of faith. Joanna, are you with us?
Yes, to go, no?
Joanna?
Wow.
Yes, I am here.
I can see you now.
I just tried to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Nice to see you all. Nice to be here in this virtual space with you. I will talk, we have only 5 minutes, so I have to read what I wrote very fast. But I want to talk from the personal perspective of a woman, atheist and artist. I will talk about Poland and theater, and the Catholic Church and the political power. As a dramaturg and society member, I'm not interested in spiritual dimension of faith right now. I'm interested in the ways faith can be used as an excuse for hatred and discrimination. I'm interested in the devastation that organized and nationalized religion can wreak on a society, which is happening in Poland for last 5-6 years. I'm interested in the legal tools used by these destroyers. And I'm also interested in our own reaction to all this process of devastation. So I start with the story, and there will be some other stories within a story. About a week ago, we were filming at Teatr Powszechny our show, The Devils, so that we could present a good video version of the show to the audience in case of future lockdowns and theater closing. I was a dramaturg of this show, and the director was Agnieszka Błońska. We have a scene in a show in which an armchair is painted on the actress's bare chest, a sign of the so-called Fighting Poland, which is a symbol of the resistance movement during World War II and the Warsaw Uprising. I will show you so you can have, this is the symbol, this is the sign. Oh, yes. And during the filming, the cameraman pointed out to us that we could face a court case for this. And he was, of course, right. The Fighting Poland symbol is protected by law. It is forbidden to insult it, offend it. In the last few years, there have been 2 court cases against people who modified the Fighting Poland symbol by, for example, adding graphic signs of masculinity and femininity to the picture, or drawing 2 dots between the rounded arms of the armchair. These 2 dots, I will show you how it looks like with this little modification. These 2 dots, they look like that. And they, of course, resemble the nipples. So this looks like a female breast, right? This was the case, that the reason the woman who did this kind of poster was accused and prosecuted. And the prosecutors were supported, like in many other similar court cases that are going on in Poland right now, by the organization called Ordo Iuris. Fortunately, they lost in the court. This time, exceptionally, I think, they lost. For those who don't know, I don't know how many of you know what Ordo Iuris is. In Poland, this is a very known organization right now. It is an institute for legal culture, an independent, as they say, organization working as a foundation in Poland. It gathers academics and legal practitioners, meaning lawyers, working hard to change the law and society. Recently, a book titled "This is the War" by the activist and researcher Klementyna Suchanow came out in Poland. And the book is a kind of journalistic investigation of the activities and international connections of Ordo Iuris. According to author's investigation, the threats lead on one hand to the Brazilian Catholic sect that gave birth to Ordo Iuris, and on the other hand to the Kremlin, which finances radical conservative movements around the world. So the thing is serious, the money is serious, and the ambitions of this Catholic organization is very serious. Lawyers of Ordo Iuris want to restore the natural, so-called natural order. Their vision of the world is subordinated to fundamentalist religious norms. Everything that we consider as a valid system of human rights, according to them, has to be turned upside down. It is not only about reproductive rights of the women, but also about human rights, about women's rights in the broad sense, women's emancipation, the rights of sexual, ethnic, religious, and national minorities. And what is interesting, in Poland, Ordo Iuris members have already sneaked into the Supreme Court. They have very high positions there, and ministries. They are also behind the initiative of many Polish local governments. It was last year. This initiative was to declare LGBT-free zones in the name of family protection, protection of the family, protection of the institution of family. They are also the ones who, using legal tools, want to ban sex education in schools and introduce into the penal code the punishment for homosexual propaganda, just as it is in Russia, by the way. And they stand behind countless lawsuits. Also behind the investigation against our performance, The Cars, that was mentioned by Paweł Sztarbowski in the morning. This is a performance by Theatr Powszechny created 3 years ago that, according to fundamentalists and defenders of traditional values, insulted religious feelings. The representatives of Ordo Iuris wildly spread the proposal to legally support anybody who felt insulted by the piece of the theater. We all were interrogated at the prosecutor office. Director, dramaturgs, including me, who was one of the 3 dramaturgs of this show, actors and directors of the theater. It was and still is a serious thing. As far as the long investigation, the charges have been pressed, but we are not allowed to talk about it publicly yet. So some of us still may end up in the court and may end up paying something or even being in prison. However, this is a very black scenario. Last year, 3 women activists were accused of insulting religious feelings again. I just give you a few examples of these lawsuits because the number of them is growing in Poland right now. The reason of the accusation was a picture of Our Lady of Częstochowa with a halo in the colors of the rainbow. Let me repeat, they were arrested, their computers, private lives and homes were searched, and they were legally prosecuted because they had printed the picture of Mother of God with a rainbow-like halo. I cannot show it to you because I cannot share the screen, but you can imagine this. And as we speak, actually, today, now, they are in the court where the verdict is to be announced, and they are facing 2 years in prison. The base for the investigations and lawsuits like this is very infamous Article 196 of the Polish Penal Code, and according to which, whoever offends the religious feelings of other persons by publicly insulting an object of religious worship or a place designated for public religious ceremonies is liable to pay a fine, have his or her liberty limited, or be deprived of his or her liberty for a period of up to 2 years. This Article 196 is now used quite often by the prosecutors. And of course, they are not protecting the other religions that are still, however, in very small number, present in Poland, because we are very monocultural and very mono-religious country, unfortunately, after World War II, after kicking out the Jewish, huge and very important for Poland, Jewish minority. We just have some Orthodox Church believers and some Muslims, but this is really very few amount of people. So this law, this article is used against people who are doing something against the Catholic religion, doing something against it in the minds of the prosecutors, of course. Some cases end up with conviction and some with acquittals, but the most terrible thing is a constant threat that you can be persecuted and charged as an artist, for example. Why it is so dangerous and why it is so terrible for me, but not only, because you start to play their game. Once you start to feel fear, you start to play their game. You enter the nasty field of self-censorship. Ordo Iuris guards not only religious symbols, but also national symbols, which is not a surprise in the country where politicians and priests keep repeating that the real Paul is a Catholic, and there is no Poland without the Catholic Church. So we too can be threatened with a court case for the non-traditional use of the fighting Poland symbol. This one, painted on the bare breast of the actress. So when you offend Catholic religion, you automatically offend Polishness, and the opposite. So here we are, Agnieszka Błońska, the director of the play Diabły, its dramaturg, that is me, and the directors of the theater, debating on the phone whether the scene should be thrown out, whether something else should be drawn on the actress's breast. All this in the name of protecting the actress who may be accused and the good of the theater, which anyway still has to fend off attacks by nationalists and far-right media and politicians. So here we are, thinking whether we should censor ourselves. The awareness of the threat that is very real, because Ordo Iuris monitors suspicious institutions and activities very effectively and immediately refers cases to the court, makes our choice very limited. Either we use self-censorship or we risk exposing ourselves and, above all, our collaborators to persecutions. We have two options at our disposal. Be a fighter or be a coward. Or, more probably, they made us think we have only these two options. I must admit that our discussions on the phone on what to do with this 30-second scene have shaken me. Because what our debates really mean, that we are theoretically ready to betray artistic freedom, that we are considering hypothetically, but still, compromise and concessions in the name of peace and security. That is, that we are dangerously close to internalizing the principles that politicians and Catholic organizations impose on us. And this is the ultimate sign of their success, in my opinion. I can only imagine how many of such discussions are taking place now in Polish theaters, galleries, and publishing houses. So on the surface, everything looks normal, but in the middle of these institutions, I'm sure there are a lot of these discussions. What can we do to not to be persecuted? It becomes normal in Teatr Powszechny for the last few years to consult some more provocative performances with the lawyers. Not yet in order to censor ourselves, because Powszechny doesn't do it, but in order to be prepared for the accusations, attacks, and prosecutions. So I have to tell you that in our performance, The Devils, we have nudity, we have a lesson of sexual education, a lecture on female orgasm. We also have a set design in the form of a huge vagina, and we have a naturalistic pussy on the screen. The performance is a celebration of female and non-heteronormative sexuality. The background to this celebration are the words of the church fathers, Augustine, St. Augustine, St. Thomas, and others, repulsive words about male supremacy and unconditional female subordination, about the natural law and natural order that orders the women to deliver babies and men to rule the world. The words, which, by the way, have been repeated in the Polish church to this day. We also have a rainbow flag in the play, a non-binary character dressed as a cardinal, and other attractions. I love this performance, and I think it is for everybody except Puritans. But in the atmosphere of an ongoing campaign against LGBT+, depriving women of their reproductive rights, banning sex education, defending the traditional family as opposed to perverts who spread the propaganda of homosexuality, the whole performance could actually be sued. The whole performance, each scene could be sued and could go to trial. And I am in fact proud of it, because I believe in the artist's duty, which is to react, because I believe in the obligations of the artists, and more importantly, artistic institutions to society. I believe, this is my faith, that it is our fundamental duty to stand on the side of the excluded and discriminated, and to keep an eye on the authorities, be they parliamentary or church authorities. I also believe that political and church institutions have as much power as we give them, and that theater and art in general is this very small, actually, but still the field where we can take away at least a little bit of this misused power by showing the other paradigm. And in order to do that, it is necessary, in my opinion, to expose conflicts, not to constantly make ineffective attempts at conciliation, especially if the agents of power are engaged in sowing hatred in the name of faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. It was really nice, really, really beautiful to hear your voice. Now I leave room for Stefano. Stefano prefers to be translated by a professional interpreter because he wants to be sure to convey his message with the right words. So I leave room to Stefano. To Stefano, translated by Deborah, and his title is Reverberation of Faith.
Hi, thank you Caterina, thank you Deborah. Recentemente ho condiviso con artisti provenienti da ambiti diversi una residenza artistica, Stati di Grazia, che aveva come tema proprio la fede.
I have recently shared with artists from different circles an artist residency called States of Grace around the subject of faith.
Per avviare le prime sperimentazioni mi sono posto alcune domande che voglio condividere con voi. Che cos'è la fede? Io ho fede?
My first attempts were based on two main questions, which I want to share with you. What is faith? Do I have faith?
Sono arrivato alla conclusione che forse queste domande non possono muovere un ragionamento ed una sperimentazione collettiva e certa, perché non portano a risposte assolute, ma ad altre domande semplici.
I have concluded that maybe those questions cannot truly inspire a reasoning that can lead to a collective and indisputable answer, because they don't lead to absolute answers, but bring up further questions instead, simple questions.
In questo periodo pandemico, in questo periodo pandemico è proibito stringere mani, è proibito toccare con mano, perché è pericoloso ed è rischioso. Ma toccare con mano è un atto di fede? È un atto di fiducia?
In these pandemic times, we are told that we must not shake hands. We are told that we are not allowed to touch with our hands and experience firsthand, because it is dangerous and risky. But is touching, is experiencing through our hands a leap of faith? Is it an act of trust?
Non toccare con mano può essere un atto sacro, perché contiene mistero.
Not touching can be a sacred act as it holds mystery inside itself.
L'assenza di contatto tra la mano di Dio e Adamo nella Cappella Sistina è un inno al mistero. Il mistero sta dove l'atto non si compie. Corpi protesi che non si toccano contengono bellezza, una bellezza pericolosa e misteriosa.
The lack of contact between God's and Adam's hands in the Sistine Chapel is an ode to mystery. This mystery is in the lack of contact itself. Those two figures reaching out for one another, all that dangerous and mysterious beauty.
Spesso quando l'atto si compie, la bellezza muore. Il desiderio sparisce, l'eros svanisce.
Often when the act of touching is performed, beauty dies and desire vanishes. The eros disappears.
Anche l'atto non compiuto, quindi, è un atto di fede. Ritrovare il mistero dopo ogni atto e tra un atto e l'altro può essere un atto di fede, di fiducia.
So even the unperformed action is a leap of faith. Recapturing the mystery after and between each action we make can be a leap of faith. It can be an act of trust.
Questo periodo pandemico ci obbliga alla distanza, al sacrificio, inteso come fare sacro, al riconsiderare il rischio, il mistero.
This pandemic forces us to be distant, to sacrifice, which derives from the Latin words sacra, sacred, and facere, the verb to do, to perform. So it means to perform a sacred act, to rediscover risk and mystery in our lives.
Oggi abbiamo una possibilità, una occasione, creare un nuovo spazio del sacro nel quale compiere nuovi patti di fede che contengono il rischio, il mistero, la bellezza, quindi la poesia.
And we have a new chance today. We can create a new sacred place where we can build a new pact of faith with risk, with mystery and beauty, thus poetry.
Un mio caro amico e artista che stimo molto, Giovanni Trono, ha proposto questa riflessione durante la residenza artistica Stati di Grazia. Avere fede vuol dire affidarsi a un meccanismo che non conosciamo. Io aggiungo che non conosciamo il meccanismo eppure ci affidiamo con tutto il nostro corpo, completamente, pienamente, nonostante la paura, nonostante la difficoltà, nonostante i pericoli della fede. Essere totalmente in vita, una vita poetica.
So, a dear friend of mine, Giovanni Trono, proposed this thought during the artist residency I took part in. To have faith can mean to entrust ourselves to a mechanism we don't fully understand. And I wish to add that we don't know, we don't understand this mechanism, but nevertheless, we entrust, we give with trust our well-being completely, fully, despite our fears, despite the dangers of faith itself. we choose to be one with life, with a poetic life.
Non posso dire ciò che c'è. Non posso essere nella parola vietata che si nasconde nell'attesa della provvidenza, in questa stasi pietosa del prossimo dente che scatta. E se avrò quello che non posso dire, se potrò portare con me tutti gli animali, nelle nascite che seguirono le epidemie, al centro del recinto che mi si richiese di essere cieco, di non vedere l'origine indicibile della mia speranza, fondamento di ciò che si spera e prova di ciò che non si vede. Ho fede finché non resto solo, ho fede finché posso guardare le mie ferite, ho fede finché si è stranieri e strabici, ho fede finché c'è vento, ho fede finché c'è un coro, ho fede finché sono qui, ho fede finché sento questo silenzio, ho fede finché non riconosco il dolore, ho fede finché sarò in vita, credo, ho fede finché aspetto, ho fede finché mi affido, ho fede finché rivoluzioniamo nell'ascolto, ho fede finché vivrò nella mancanza, ho fede finché vibro. Giovanni Trono, Teatro in gestazione. Thank you.
So we will now propose a translation of the text by Giovanni Trono that Stefano just gave as a gift to us. I cannot say what I see. I cannot exist in the forbidden word that hides, waiting for the divine providence to act. I cannot exist in the pitiful stasis, waiting for the next cock to click. And if I get to receive what I cannot say, if I will be able to carry with me all the animals in the births that followed pandemics, at the center of the coral where I was asked to be blind, to avoid seeing the unspeakable root of my own hope, cornerstone of what we hope and evidence of what we cannot see. I have faith until I'm not alone. I have faith until I can look at my wounds. I have faith until there will be cross-eyed and outlanders. I have faith until wind. I have faith until there is a choir. I have faith until I'm here. I have faith until I can hear the silence. I have faith until I don't perceive the pain. I have faith until I'm alive, I guess. I have faith until I wait. I have faith until I trust. I have faith until we revolutionate in listening. I have faith until I will live in luck. I have faith until I vibrate. Giovanni Trono, Teatro in gestazione, Theaters in gestation.
Thank you very much, Stefano, and thank you, Deborah, for having translated him. Let's move to the following impulse. And so I invite Andrè Erlen to switch on his microphone for an intervention called New Beginnings After a Crisis of Faith.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know how it's with you. I'm already overwhelmed by all these ideas and thoughts, so I hope to make it short and that you get an idea from what I want to say. So let's start with a movie. No, we don't watch a movie, but I will show you a movie. It's a 90s movie, a road movie around the world, actually. You see here Claire and Trevor, and they are flying in a small airplane over the Australian steppe. You don't need to know why, but while they are flying, nuclear armed satellite is shut down, and all computer systems on the Earth are destroyed, totally collapse. So which is of course a collapse, and it endangers the whole civilization, and even the engine of the airplane stops. So the plane is floating over the Australian desert, and Claire is, you see here, she's looking out of the window, observing the shadow of the airplane just floating like a dead bird. And all she says in this moment is, "This is the end of the world." So I watched this movie when I was 17, and I was shocked in this moment. I was pretty much sleeping the first 50 minutes. It's a Wim Wenders movie. It's very long, philosophical, and in the beginning, very boring. And then it shook me, and I was really, I felt this moment in my own life, that suddenly I realized, okay, everything can stop. The whole civilization is built on sand. It can end tomorrow. The stability I had in my life, so I had nothing to worry about when I was 17, except I was a teenager. But I remember this shock very, very much. So, but on the other hand, it was also, I was kind of frenzied. So I was energized by this idea that it also means total freedom, and the need to create this world, to create the society. Yes. So whatever, I was only 17. But this crisis, which I'm very interested in, I want to hop back actually to another crisis we all know, and I don't need to talk a lot about it. This is a picture of the 14th century plague in Florence, and actually, which was, of course, happened in whole Europe, but it was documented very, very well in Florence. It killed nearly half of the population. Anyone was in danger. The Black Death reached out for the nobles, the poor people. So it was really a disaster for these places. But 50 years later, Florence became the shining capital of the Renaissance movement, which is not the right term, a movement which fundamentally changed, of course, arts, society, the way we were thinking about the world. And so this is a Masaccio, for example. He painted in 14, this is not a painting, but the first architecture picture with a perspective. So it's an amazing step. So I wondered, how did it happen? Another disaster, of course, you all know very well, it's the Lisbon earthquake from the 18th century. 80% of the city was immediately destroyed. All churches were destroyed. 100,000 people were dead immediately. And all that happened at the holy day of the saints, 1st of November. And what was also very confusing for the survivors and for whole Europe, that the sinful red light district of Alfama was not destroyed at all. So how could that happen? So that was really, had a huge impact on the population in Europe. And this question arose in that time. We had it also in the first video. Our first speaker from Ukraine actually said, how could as I remember, if I remember well, how could a good God let this happen? Yeah, so that question, simplified, was driving a lot. So, and that gave actually the start for another important movement, the Enlightenment movement. Yes, so Voltaire, Kant, a lot of people, everyone was referring to the catastrophe of Lisbon. So what happened there? So, and coming now to our times, we were talking or touching already crisis or some crisis, and I don't want to refer to hunger and war, which is affecting a lot of people on the world. But last year, the COVID pandemic showed us that everyone can be affected by such a crisis, because war and hunger doesn't affect really all of us. But there's something else we didn't talk about today, I think, and the theater is hardly talking about it. That's why I want to mention it. It's actually the climate crisis. Yes. So the climate crisis is something which is not just endangering us, but the ecosystem. It's endangering other species. And I wonder, and I feel that we didn't really embrace this topic in the art and the theater, because it's very difficult. 2,500 years, we talk in the theater about the human being, about the tragedy of being a human, but we are not talking about the woods, about the animals, about all elements. So we heard in the break, in the lunch break, the song Enough About Human Rights, a song by Moondog. I don't know if you heard it. I didn't know it before. I think it's a great song, singing also, or asking like, what about the snail rights? So I want to finish with this simple impulse that maybe we are at the point in a deep crisis, and we have to find a total other belief and faith to create a future. And in this faith, we have to include into this one we heard today also all elements which surround us, not just all humans, but everything around us. Otherwise, the small blue planet, I think this is one of the first NASA photographies, will still exist, but without us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrè, also for your beautiful images. So let's go to the next impulse. And so I call Johanna Tuukkanen, Anti-Festival, with the impulse called Public Space as a Platform for Different Perspective. Johanna, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can clearly hear you.
Brilliant. I'm speaking to you today from Kuopio. I previously also asked to share my screen, so if that's possible, I would like to do that in a minute.
Yeah. So yes, if Diego, can you do it? Thank you.
Yeah, we can do it in a minute. Hey, I just want to thank you, first of all, everybody, every speaker today, for your amazing contributions. Like André, I also feel truly inspired and a little bit overwhelmed. So I have a slightly different, I want to take a different viewpoint to my impulse and my offer to you today of reminding us of the importance of public space as a platform for differing perspectives and viewpoints. So my contribution today to the idea and thinking around faith is to remind us of the idea of public space as a place of exchange, encounter, and difference. So if we think of the social production of space and space as a process emerging through interactivity and social exchange, where of course encounter is extremely different, but this is not enough. But it is extremely important to encounter differences. So different viewpoints, different opinions, different perspectives, different people, different communities. And for us at the Anti-Festival, the use of public space is based on the idea of fostering public space as a platform where multiplicity of voices, viewpoints, and beliefs are present. And it is through artistic projects that we aim to disturb the regular use of public space and creating kind of unexpected encounters, spaces for exchange and dialogue. But it is really important to meet differences, like I said, different people, different communities, and create visibility for marginalized communities and people, and disturb the kind of normativity of a given context, of a given public space or urban context. I'm trying now to share my screen. Let me see if that happens, if that's possible.
It's not possible because and you as a co-host of the call. So
yes, it should be possible, but somehow there is some kind of privacy settings that does not allow me to do that. Just a sec.
Just a second.
Oh, well, apologies. It looks like it's not possible in this time frame. But I wanted to talk to you as an example of a project that we realized with a local teenagers, a group of teens a few years ago. It was led by an Australian artist, Joseph O'Farrell, called the 10-minute dance parties, and he worked with a group of local teenagers and a local community artist to create a kind of a 10-minute dance party in a container, which is kind of, you know, the last or the kind of best 10 minutes of a club night out. And what was amazing about this project was that during the process that Joseph worked with the teenagers, they learned various skills like DJ skills, MC skills, dance and choreography. They made their own costumes and makeup, and they learned to entirely run and lead their own dance parties. So they made their playlist, they learned all the skills, and we put up this party, which was in a huge container. We worked in a kind of rough, almost stigmatized neighborhood in Itkonen, a district in Kuopio, and it was first presented there in the kind of Itkonen square for a few days, and then we brought Itkonen to the city center, where these teenagers, which came from kind of challenging situations, they kind of took over the city. It was placed on the market square, and you know, which is in Kuopio, which is a small city. It's a space and place where lots of people go for shopping. They spend their time, pass through, etc. So it's a super central location. And through this project, they really gained and kind of claimed the public space as their space, making their music, their culture, their aesthetics, their sort of ideas and beliefs really visible. And by inviting everybody to join this amazing party with them, it sort of created an exciting kind of meeting place of these different cultures and beliefs kind of clashing and coming together in this very central location in the city of Kuopio. So my contribution to the thinking of faith today is really about how art can disturb the regular use of public space and create visibility to perhaps marginalized voices, and thus bring different views and perspectives to kind of debate, up to debate, which is really a central element, a key element of the kind of constitution of our cities and of our public spaces, and how art can question the normativity and thus the sort of belief systems that kind of constitute our cities in all of our societies. And then I think this kind of idea of a disagreement and kind of different viewpoints holds the potential for politics. It does not mean that art has to address sort of political issues for art to be political. And I think this is an important viewpoint to keep in mind when we discuss things around the topic of faith. And I think these kinds of projects can be based on ideas of experimentation, potential, and possibility, because of course art is not a system that automatically will create something, but it includes this potential, which I think is really important to highlight and kind of embrace as an essential activity. And hopefully this can kind of create in our society tolerance and respect, but also curiosity towards each other and towards different viewpoints and different communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johanna. Thank you. So we have our last impulse, and so I invite to speak Bozhena Pelenska with an impulse called Faith as a Social Connection and or Distancing Point. Hello, Bozhena.
Hi.
Hello again.
Yeah, this is probably very difficult for all of you to still listen to so different impulses. I will try as well to be short with what I prepared to share with you. And well, first of all, you know that I have already said in the morning that I'm speaking from Lviv, which is Western Ukraine. And I will be speaking not as a researcher, not as an anthropologist or a theologist or philosopher. I will be very subjective, not totally objective with my understanding and my presentation. For me, very important, I mentioned about the society where I live. It's so important what I do, and it's important for me what's happening here and what role we play. So for me, faith in something, and especially in what kind of faith can unite us, or how faith can totally distance us from others. I will start with a short story from my childhood. I remember I grew up in a family which was totally, well, they had a lot of beliefs, but they never believed in superstitions. But when I started in my childhood to connect with my neighbors in a big building blocks, somebody once told me when I crossed the line where a black cat passed right before, and I was told that today this is a disaster and today something bad will happen. And I remember that feeling, overwhelming feeling that I had, because these were people, my people that I was playing with in my childhood that I trusted, and the people that I believed. So I was really, really frightened, but of course I couldn't share that with my family about that. And later on, something happened, like I fell, and it was a proof that actually the black cat that crossed my right before me caused that, right? It's a really wonderful proof in your childhood when you still trust others. And it was, of course, I grew up and I stopped believing in such things, but it was so powerful at that moment, at that point of my life. And that's why I wanted to give you an interesting illustration. You probably most of you heard about experiments which were in the world in 1950s, and then such a social experiment happened in 1970s in Kyiv, and it was recorded in Kyiv studio, and it was called in Russian, it was called Ya y Drugie, Me and Others. And in the world, it was this experiment was Felix Sobolev was doing this. He was like creating this experiment. What is in short, what happened there? A group of very young kids were told to say on the pyramid, which were black, that these pyramids are white. And one child was not there and was brought into the room, and the child didn't know about that. And actually what was happening, that these children were repeatedly saying, this is not the black pyramid, but it was black. This pyramid white, one was white, another was black. And all of them were saying, and the teacher that was present there was saying, this pyramid is white. And you know what happened? You know probably what happened at the end. The child said, this pyramid is white. So they caused the child totally to change its face in something that he knew, right? Like it was white. You learn it from the childhood, that what is black, what is white, but not. The society, the small society, and this experiment showed us that actually how powerful a community is, and how people can influence each other to believe in something that maybe we never believed before. This also, these experiments reminded me of my childhood. It was in 1990s. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. And before, actually, almost everything was forbidden. And since 1991, I remember quite a lot how people that never were visiting church and other never talked about their faith, they suddenly started to fight with each other whose church it is. Is it one Orthodox or Catholic? Is it Greek Catholic or Orthodox? And people started suddenly to be so different because they could really somehow identify themselves. Some people started, because everything was allowed, and people started to believe in so many different things. I remember people just like so many different, and then in 90s, so different so-called sects started to appear, something like White Brotherhood and many others. Some people started something, they were missing something and they needed something. I will skip some part which I wanted to talk more. I know it's quite a short time right now. And come to a point that on the one hand, faith is something we need so much to coexist in our society, and but faith in something can so much distance ourselves. And I was listening recently to one interesting speech about the humanity in general, and that 10,000 years ago and even 5,000 years ago, people didn't believe that the human right, a person is the highest, is something that we have to value, that this truth, right, this common basic understanding that most of us share, and our countries somehow created on the basis of that. This is something that really unites us here, and in our society here, which is in really big majority, and people believe in something, or consider themselves religious. So often human rights are violated. But human rights is something that most of us believe that is one of the biggest and most important truths, and that we value, that we want to create our communities. But still, we as a society came to that point, to this sharing point, that we want to create our societies like that. And to me, this understanding and repeating what is actually can be shared, and how we different groups that believe in different truths can have something shared. And I believe this is the human rights that and this is that the belief in the person, that it should be valued. And it's my understanding how we can be together and have some common faith and continue. So this is something I wanted to share with you, like very, very shortly. Thank you very much for listening. And using the opportunity of speaking, I just wanted to say that the next conference will be happening here in Lviv. I really, really hope it will be possible to organize offline and also online. And I think and hope we can continue talking about that, about what is actually how we can share, how we can what is actually this glue of our society, and what kind of faith is distance or unite us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bozhena. Yes, thank you also for having reminded us. That was in my plan, but thank you. Yes, next meeting will be in Lviv, and we really hope to that we can do it offline, because online is good because we are connected from all over Europe and more, but offline is always better. So let's hope the same. Okay, so we are a little bit late with our schedule, so I will be very shortly explain what we ask you to do now. We will create some different breakout rooms. For those who don't know, the breakout rooms are like live rooms. You will be divided in different small groups, and I can link you again at the program of today, and where in the program is written something that we ask you to discuss during the breakout room. So you will be less than 10 people for breakout room, so it will be a little bit easier to talk. And we know that we gave you today a lot of impulses in the morning concerning the society, in the afternoon concerning the impulses of our artistic director and more. So what we ask you to do is one simple task. We would like that each room give us at the end of the session of the breakout rooms one question. If you have some more, why not? But we ask you for one question that you as breakout room want to give us, the partner, and that will be the output of today. And the question must be, what is necessary for you, according to you, that we start researching? So a point of start for our research. Before finding this question, because I know that we had a lot of impulses and maybe it's not so easy now to find one question or two. And I know that Andrè has a lot of things to say. He look forward to be in the breakout room now. We would like you to just introduce yourself, just to have present all the people who are in the room. And to start the conversation, we invite you to share something that hit you today. That can be something concerning the morning, the interview, and of Francabandera speech, or the speech of Rabbi that was with us and is still with us, Rabbi Mira Raz, or something that was told in the afternoon. So we ask you to find this big question, so to accomplish the task. And then we ask you to find one person who wants to share it during the plenary. I will leave you some minutes, then I will go inside each room and I will ask to the people who will be sharing, and they will in the final session. As I said, it was not a big intervention. We just ask you to say 1, 2, or 3 questions at maximum that you want to leave us as partners. So if everything is clear, we can start with the breakout rooms. But before starting in the breakout rooms, I want to copy paste in the chat the program of the day, so you can have it again, but also the results of the survey that we did before. I have uploaded it on Google Drive, and this is the PDF. So the first link that now I copy paste to you, if you want to have it, if you want to download and keep it, it's yours. Or if you want to also to take it as an input. So this is the result of the survey. And this is the link with the program and all the questions. And now I give it to you all. Here we are. So now I ask to my colleague to split us in the breakout rooms if nobody has some question, and then we can go. So the breakout rooms will last 30 minutes, and then we will be here again in 30 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Hey.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Ciao, Caterina.
We still wait some seconds. We are again live on Facebook now. And it's okay. So, we are a bit late, but it's okay, could be worse. We should add in 10 minutes, but we can take also some minutes more if you don't have to run away. And so I had a little tournée of all the small groups, as you could see, and I took notes of the people who will share some thoughts with us. And so, starting from the first room where I was, I asked to Olga Aneko if she can share something about the task that we gave to you. So a question or a statement or assume that she wants to share on behalf of her group.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we discussed actually this famous picture of creating of Adam by Michelangelo. And we discussed this short spot between two fingers of God and Adam, and talked about creating this small space of faith, let's say, and called this act of trust. You can decide, you can believe in possibility to have God's hand or not, or it's just your imagination, maybe. And we thought, of course, discussed a little bit about COVID situation and how we all wants to hug or shake our hands. Yeah, but still, and decided to think about creating a community, creating a community, and what should be in this community, what rules we could live together. And yeah, we have few only, and it's also a big question because we don't wanted to have answers, real answers. So the big questions is what rules will be in the community with the same faith in something, let's say. So probably it's honesty, respect, and hope for the future. I had three of them. So, and yeah, maybe this question was intend you or push you to think about it more deeply. Yeah, it was our it was our discussion.
Thank you very much, Olga. And following, I will call the second room where I was, but they still had to decide it. Oh, no, Felix wrote to me. Emanuele will speak for us. So please, Emanuele, you can activate your microphone and your camera if you want.
Okay, hi. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Emanuele. I will try to summarize a little bit what we discussed. It was a very, can you hear me? Yes, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Because I saw you shaking the head. So it was a quite large debate. Mainly we spoke about meanings, let's say. So the one thing that I raised was that it was very strong for me that for many of us in the group today, there was a straight connection between faith and religion, while for me and Felix and some other people during the day, it's a different type of meaning, though, has a different type of meaning, the word faith. So the first part of the debate was about the understanding of the word. Definitely what we agreed on is that is about something about belief that could potentially, but not necessarily bring to, or could bring to, should bring to unity. But then came out quite a strong cultural diversity, opinions, a point of view. So while some of us was trying to stress the fact that maybe faith can relate to politics or not necessarily to religion, maybe to loyalty, the discussion was going toward God and material or unmaterial creators, let's say. So what we agreed on, the important thing is to be optimistic, and faith definitely means trust in something or someone. So confidence. The word spiritual, came out several times. So at the moment, for me, my main debate is about this conflict between spiritual need and proof. So in our debate, also science was briefly touched. So the main question is still, and we would like to open it to the group still, is because I think that we still need a little bit of deeper analysis. There is what faith is, what faith means. I don't know if I managed to summarize the discussion. If some from my group would like to step in and expand some of the ideas, they are welcome.
Oh, well, I think you were exhaustive, because no, it was really clear what you said. And thank you, Emanuele. Next one, I want to leave room for Simona Ori. Simona, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm
Very
here.
good. Hello, Simona.
Hello. Well, in our group, we actually decided to travel free into questioning ourselves. I mean, into each question that each of us had, and in each topic that catch our attention. So we fell from a question to another. So I'm going to recreate this path that we followed. So one of us was actually questioning about the difference between belief and faith, insisting on the fact that during the conference today was stressed that belief has a passive role and faith as an active role. So it would be very interesting to expand that topic, you know, why belief is passive and why faith is active. And somebody else actually was asking, how should I lead myself to choose between different faiths? What does lead myself as a human being to choose between something that actually doesn't exist, which actually led us to question ourselves about the meaning of what is reality and what we can consider that exists and what we can consider that doesn't exist. And somebody else tried to answer saying that actually faith itself creates existency, creates reality. So what is in believing something, we actually create the thing we believe in. And so somebody else added that this could be true if we actually keep on the search. So if we don't stop during our path, searching for faith, if we don't stop at the first shelter inside of the tempest. So the search has to be active, and we should not look for a shelter when we are scared, to reassure ourselves. And saying that, we were discussing about the fact that art is actually maybe what creates bonds and between the institutional religions, because keeps the question and the search always open, never stopping to the first answer, not even the second, but keeps on asking questions. And somebody else was then questioning about what Roy Chan said in the morning about artists as a prophet, and what makes the artist then to be a prophet that can be believed in, you know. It's like, why should we trust him? And the answer again was into the DNA of art, because art in its general manifesto actually tries to be free, open, creative, in movement, in constant movement. As the German priest was saying in the morning, like faith for him and for his community was not something that was fixed and was staying, but it was in perpetual movement into search. But this is not true for the majority of institutional religions, and that's the problem that we actually have, that religions create communities, which is good, and art are trying to emulate that, but at the same time create kind of conflict between different communities that have different faiths. So that's our path.
Okay, Simona, thank you very much for your path.
I don't know if there's somebody that wants to add something from my group, if I missed something, but I don't know, maybe we're taking too much time.
It seems that everybody are happy about what you said. That's very good.
Good.
Okay, so I leave room for to the room number 2 con Elisa. Elisa, the person who didn't want to speak, but all the rest of the room obliged her to do it.
We have democracy. We voted.
Yes, exactly. It seems a real democracy. No, I'm just kidding. No, Elisa?
Very gentle imposing.
Very good.
So I was in the room with Nadia Tarnavsky, Yael Cohen, Sarah Barberi, Pietro Protz, and Joanna Wichowska. I'm sorry for mispronouncing all your names, probably. But I want to kind of thank one by one, because the chat was really, really interesting, and somehow try to be synthetic and go in the flow of what has already been said. We were also we've been talking a lot about balancing, basically, and we were going through different points. So, for instance, the balance between the need of following a kind of a clear impulse to remain faithful to ourselves, so to know really what we feel and what we feel is right, and to be able to answer to that. And at the same time, the need absolutely to find a common ground. We had a very funny and scary anecdote brought by Nadia about a golden statue of Donald Trump, something that apparently happened a few days ago in Florida. And also the balance about the potential violence. So we had between kind of me and Sarah, and a moment where we were kind of having this double question: how can we stand for something with all our energy, staying kind of faithful to what we think and not imposing, and avoid to become like the oppressor. So how can we be strong without being imposing? And how can we stand for something in a violent world? So how can we be non-violent in a violent world? How can we, so then we're strong but not submitted? And these are kind of the two things we have no answer for. So how can we avoid, how can we control our violence, and how can we avoid to be submitted to someone else's violence? And another very important point was actually brought by Yael, was the power also of words, because that was actually a moment where we decided to switch from, fighting for something, fighting for love, but actually to stand for something else. So what does it mean actually to use the power of language also in our fighting, or, in our standing for our values? That's more or less the point we went through. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you to you, Elisa. Thank you very much. So, last group that have to be represented by Paola.
Hi, everyone. It's very nice to be the last one, and also because we touched one of the topics you last spoke, which is languages. We asked ourselves if language is adequate to describe the world that we are living in. At the beginning, we were questioning our relation between nature, environment, and the state of art and faith. So what a globalization is infecting our views, because what we don't see, we don't feel it. So do we need now to act more local? This acting more local will influence also the international touring in a point of view of the artistic world. So many questions about the state and the state of nature and our position in the planet, in the globe. A second point we touched is the difference between religion and spirituality, especially in countries where the Catholic and Christian Church is still much present, which is Italy and Poland, where topics like feminicides, women, and masculine male world patriarchy are very strong, and there's a great debate about them. So these were the two main topics we were discussing. They are saying yes with their head.
Okay, so I think that the people of your group agree with you. Okay, thank you very much, Paola. And did I forget somebody? I don't think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms. We were 5 rooms. So
just one question, Caterina, yeah? Because I can't open the survey link you just sent into the chat. Maybe you can.
I can check it. Just double check it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, me too. I couldn't.
Okay, 1 second. I found the problem. Okay, now should be public. And here's the link. It will be published anyway, don't worry. Okay, so I think that we are just a little bit late on our schedule, but we finished our schedule actually. But before leaving, I want to remind you that in the following days we will collect all the material produced in this conference, all the impulses, all the questions, all your contribution, and of course all the videos and the contribution of this morning. And slowly they will be published on the website as output of this beautiful day. As Bozhena was reminding us before, I want to remind it to everybody that in next steps of our project. So first of all, on Sunday, our open call will close. So if you want to participate and if you want to apply, there is still some day of time. Then we will start with the pre-selection, and then we will select at the end of April. We will meet all together in Lviv. Finger crossed, we will meet all together in Lviv. And we will have also the second conference of the project, hopefully offline. and then in the following days, in the May, we will announce the winner of the open call. And then we will start with our production. And then we will have other appointments during all over our face-to-face project. I don't know if Andrè and Felix as a leader partner wants to say just a final goodbye to everybody, and then we can say that we can see each other next time.
Yes, thank you very much, Caterina. Thank you very much for your organization to Teatro dei Venti hosting this event, and for all of you to join. I think it was really a totally intense and overwhelming day for all of us. We touched a lot of side aspects of the topic of faith, and also what role the theater could play in all this and the arts. So for sure, you gave us some questions. So definitely we will work on a deeper analysis of faith and belief. That was really interesting. We will not, while searching, we will not be afraid in the first storm. Definitely, I think how to act unviolently without violence in a violent world is something theater should always think about. And of course, the question of us acting local, acting in our community, but still being connected, and we have to reconsider this constellation. So thank you everyone for joining, and I see you all in for sure in April, and I just give shortly to Felix on the other side of the table.
Hey, it's me again. I just wanted to step back in front of the camera because I missed on the beginning to show you the Cologne Cathedral, which was a little surprise behind my head. So here it is. So this is done. I want to say thank you also to Caterina, to Stefano, to the whole team for this great organization. I know it's not big fun organizing such an online event, and in the end sitting in front of a screen again, but you did really well. Thank you very much. And I also missed on the beginning saying a big thank you to Rolf Emmerich, who is the basically producer of this project. He's the founder of SommerblutKulturfestival, and even after 20 years when he founded the festival, he still has the energy to bring people together in such a nice room and environment. Thank you very much, Rolf. And also to just be very formal and be honest also, thank you to the European Union for making such a project possible. It's part of the values they spread around, that they also allow a self-reflecting project where we maybe even question mark our values lived as we spread them out. We can analyze it with the upcoming projects and maybe also look critical at the European Union and help to develop better, to have a better society in future. Thank you very much. Lots of love from Cologne. See you soon.
Thank you, Felix. And I don't have to add anything. I think that I also spoke too much today. So I just leave everybody with a big thank you to all the partners And a big thank you to Felix and to Andrè, to Rolf, and to all the little partners. And what to say more? See you soon, hopefully offline, but if not, online.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Caterina.
everybody.
Thank you to all and to everybody.
Bye. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 All the partners. Thank you.
Very much.